1,000 years later.
Yeah, there you go. You're alive now, so maybe don't
Hello,
do
everybody. We're back again. So a lot of streams this week. Well, I mean, only one more than normal. True. Well, we know we do the stream on every Tuesday for Dungeons and Dragons. But we are back again. Last month we did a meeting of the Tankie Tears squad, and so we're back again to react to some more to some more commie left-leaning videos. Bollocks with a panel of monarchists. And I am joined here today, and also what I'd like you guys to do in the chat, if you can tell us if there are any problems with the audio, because last time people weren't...
Do, and I will bully you.
Well, not everyone was leveled correctly, so that way we can make sure that you can hear everybody, and we'll be better off. So we're joined by Lavender. Want to again introduce yourself? I don't know if we have to do this too many more times if we do this regularly, but
I feel like the vast majority of people who were there from last time already know about me. So, but for those who are not aware, I am a fellow monarchist, political YouTuber. Yeah, that's really all you need to know about me.
Awesome. And Wolfgang.
Hello everyone. I guess I'm the same thing as Lavender, I suppose.
Yeah, but not as famous.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to bring up my soundboard. Right, I forgot. Because people have requested
soundboard.
Yeah, that Spoon say ooh woo. So now I've got that. And there are some soundboard, some other choice sound effects that might be relevant tonight.
What the hell is with the audience obsessed with that three-letter fucking word?
They just want to hear you say it,
You degenerate weebs.
They just want to hear you say it. Anyway.
I am a monarchist. I don't bow to the whims of the peasantry.
All right, it will. So I thought we'd get started with this video. I watched a little bit of it, and I wasn't impressed with the first couple minutes, but I only watched the first couple minutes. So maybe it will change my mind, and I will be impressed. The video is called Royal Nazis by, sorry, who is this? Who's this channel?
Wait.
Hitler was not a Nazi with that.
History Tea Time with Lindsay Holiday.
By the way, he was not a Nazi with that mustache. He's a pretender. Only
Hitler?
Real Russians had mustaches. He called himself monarchist.
What? Speaking of, I'm guessing you saw that stuff.
I mean, so look at the mustache that Kaiser Wilhelm II had. That was a badass mustache.
True. You know, Lotus Eaters talked about this yesterday, I think, or today. I can't remember when the video came out. Which was, they were talking about the people on Twitter who were celebrating the murder of the Romanovs, just straight up. I mean, overtly celebrating.
They killed children, and therefore they're great because it's part of the revolution.
It was people on Twitter saying good, and it's like, you don't understand the historical, what had happened at that point in time.
I don't think they understand the past of what historical anything.
Nikki had pretty much all but abdicated. You had power.
No, he had abdicated.
Had he abdicated by that point? Yeah.
Aiden, don't forget about the fact that after the Romanovs were murdered, the Soviet Union literally covered it up, and when the remains were found in like the 80s, when the remains were found in the 80s, they tried to fervently deny it because even to them, child murder was crossing the line. And then these people are literally praising the murder of children on Twitter.
Yep.
I mean, we literally do that now by doing it to their genitals.
Well, yeah, of course, it's par for the course for them, and that's at least, you know what? For once, they're ideologically consistent. They do love to harm children, it seems. So that was I was interested, of course. Harry from the Lotus Eaters is a monarchist.
Based, yes.
Which is
we have now that confirmed in writing.
Yes,
because I actually asked him.
Yeah,
it's like, are you actually
also
monarchist?
said it now, I think. Too.
Yeah, but like I messaged you and I went like, look, there you go. She says it, like, well done, good man.
But it's just it was so indicative to me of just how vile that is to celebrate the murder of children who, again, even if you thought Nikki was a political threat, which again he had advocated by that point, so even if you thought Nikki was a political threat, why would you kill the children?
News just in: communists are. Do you know why they killed the children? Have you seen the movie The Second Godfather?
I actually have not. I haven't even seen the first one.
I've not seen anything.
Crucify me for that.
Well, no, I'm on the same boat. I'm not really into like gangster.
Swear to God.
We're the same age, Spoon. I'm not really into gangster movies.
You're also a woman, and therefore it's problematic when it comes to the films. Yes, but if you see it, they are talking about the young boy whose father was killed, and they say, "This is a dumb kid. You know, he's not gonna harm you." And the gangster says to him, "He won't now, but when he gets older, he will."
Mm-hmm.
And in the movie, he goes to Italy. A man meets the person who killed his father and shoves a knife in him. That's the reason.
You think that's why? Yeah, I mean, that's
yes,
probably the most
because the parents will die, the children will see this, and it'll be like Batman shooting the guy that killed his father.
Well,
we do know that was the logic behind the Khmer genocide, killing the babies on trees, right?
Mm-hmm. It's still a reprehensible look, though, and again, which is why they covered it up. But we're so far removed from the fact now that Twitter commies are out there just being like, "Oh, that was awesome! I love that."
I suppose when you don't have a job or a life, you gotta find something to do with your whatever pitiful existence you have.
Oh, it's simping for genocide.
Right.
I mean, that's quite a job title.
The only thing I was a little bit
iffy about.
I thought was a bit remiss about Harry's coverage of that was that he said something about how there was a lot of royalists in Russia, which there are, but did not mention this, and it probably doesn't know about this, but I showed it to you a while back, Spoon. Remember that thing about how there is a group of people, including one of the relatives, several relatives
restore
of
the island of
Romanovs,
yeah,
who want to build an island, a Russian
aristocracy,
royal
basically,
government off the coast of Africa, and they've bought or is trying to buy the land or have.
They already went bankrupt.
Yeah, that's what I saw about that, but it was still like, what? This is such a okay.
I think a bunch of people would be like, yeah, can we cover that? Like, I would not mind living amongst royalty if all I had to do was just declare fealty to the king and just don't piss him off and increase his property value. Like, okay, I have no problem with that.
Was still an interesting
we have the
proposal.
Principality of Sealand for that, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, shall we get into the video then?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, let's go.
It's up, by the way.
First one is 30 minutes. We'll see how we've got some other videos too, but we'll see.
Okay,
we'll see how it goes.
I don't want to see that pausing shenanigan again from last time.
Yeah, hopefully that won't happen.
We can't promise anything.
I always manage to boomer stuff. I boomered stuff last night. It is the way it is. But hopefully.
Oh
not.
Yeah, that was Aiden's fault.
Yeah, it was actually.
Yeah.
Anywho.
It's fine. It's up now.
Okay, are we ready?
Sure, why not?
Cool, let's go.
Royal Nazis.
Oh no.
Thank you to NordVPN for
Wait, it's a woman's voice? I wasn't prepared for this.
Yes.
sponsoring this video.
In
2015, private family footage from 1933 was leaked to the press, which shows a 6-year-old future Queen Elizabeth II with her mother, younger sister, and uncle laughing in the garden and giving Nazi salutes to the camera. A decade earlier, a rebellious 20-year-old Prince Harry got in hot water for wearing a Nazi uniform to a party he attended.
Why the hell does he look like Michael Jackson in that freaking clip there? Dear God.
He does look like Michael Jackson.
First of all, as she literally stated, he was in his rebellious phase. And obviously, he's gonna do some weird shit. But here's the thing. Here's something these people,
also,
especially
the Nazis
leftists...
at the wrong angle. The sponsor at 45.
Okay, so as I was saying,
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
There is something these leftists and people like this just don't seem to grasp. People, shockingly enough, have the ability to change their opinions on things.
No, they don't.
That is true. On one side,
leftists don't.
That is absolutely
if they do,
true.
they're no longer leftists.
But on the other side, and I think the more practical answer.
Yeah, we only get harder.
Elizabeth was 6, as she stated. A child. How would a 6-year-old child have any idea about the implications of that salute as a child? First of all, and secondly, because we're going to get into this more, is that all of this is being written with extreme hindsight, knowing everything that we know now about what the Nazis did. Okay, putting that on a 6-year-old, like I said, I watched a couple minutes of this immediately out the gate. I'm like, okay, great. You want to start with your strong arguments. These are not strong arguments. And then Harry wearing a Nazi costume,
which
looking
is just
like an
Michael
armband,
Jackson cosplaying,
to a party, to some sort of costume party. I mean, are you going to go after Justin Trudeau for doing stuff like that? Because I think maybe you need to go to Trudeau then, if you're mad at
he's actually in
Harry.
Power.
True,
well, supposedly,
right?
anyway.
Also, I want to add 2 more things to that Elizabeth II thing. Okay, so first of all, if I remember correctly, she said that Elizabeth did this when she was in 1933. In 1933, I think. Mm-hmm. And okay, so first of all, this was years before the final solution, and where everyone realized what the Nazis were now truly trying. This was 1933, like the same year Hitler just got to power. And okay, this is literally the same mentality as people, like making state visits to German officials, and the German officials doing state visits to them, and like, oh my God, did you know Joseph Goebbels visited Greece? Yeah, fucking. Have you heard of international diplomacy? Have you fucking heard of that?
Exactly, and it's like, if let's say that it was some more grand symbol that was associated with the Japanese involvement in World War II, that bowing was heavily associated with that in some way, in the way that the Roman salute became associated with Nazism, right? At the time, if you were meeting with a Japanese diplomat and that was the norm, was to bow because that was part of their custom, I mean, that wouldn't have been considered somehow, and they hadn't, had any involvement with, I always forget the name of the organization. Japan gets off so much more scot-free for the stuff they did during World War II. The group that did all the horrible human experimentation.
Which one? The Japanese one?
Yeah.
Unit 731.
Unit 731, yeah. I always forget the number. But, I mean, at the time, exactly as you said, though, at the time, Hitler is newly into power. Obviously, eventually, Britain goes to war with Nazi Germany,
and that gets me to my second point. She served in the Royal Army as an engineer, I believe. She served against the Nazis, but of course she doesn't even mention that. No, 6-year-old Elizabeth giving the Nazi salute is good enough to already label her a secret Nazi sympathizer.
Exactly, as a child, and again, if you want to drag Harry for wearing that costume, fine, but you have to drag Trudeau then too.
If you're going to drag Harry, drag him for not wearing an SS one, for God's sakes.
Yeah, and
at least the SS one is style.
Wrong. Yeah.
Also,
I mean, William.
I bet you I can steal the narrator's argument.
Would very much like to forget about their many.
No, here's how you can steel man it. First of all, if Queen Victoria is anything to go by, clearly royals possess the power of clairvoyancy, and nowadays, nowadays, children can decide their gender. If they can decide their gender, I can guarantee you they can definitely decide political problems as well. And with the power of clairvoyance, who's definitely a Nazi at the age of 6. Absolutely.
No, I think it's just a snipe. But I'm assuming this person is a leftist. So who thinks
really? You don't say.
Right. I've never seen her videos before, but I'm assuming. And if she's a leftist and she aligns with much of their political thought, then she would think that a 6-year-old child knows what gender they are.
I think to call it political thought is
born in the wrong body. So of course, a 6-year-old
doctrine.
Right. So of course, a 6-year-old Elizabeth would know the political implications of the future of the Roman salute.
Of course, the 6-year-old girl is gonna know what exactly that salute means in the wide sense, and of course, she's gonna know that.
One more thing, guys. I missed a couple of super chats near the end last night because I was getting really tired. So after we go for a little bit, I'm going to read super chats from this stream, and then I'm also going to read the ones that we missed from last night. Okie dokie? All right, let's continue.
Family connections to Germany in the early 20th century and to Adolf Hitler himself. But the fact remains that these connections are numerous and fascinating. Let's take a look at the British royal who started World War I, resulting in the rise of
fuck you, already big fuck you, go to hell.
Nazism. the many British and German royals who supported Hitler in the hopes of regaining their lost thrones, and a few who stood up to the Fuhrer, even to the point of being sent to concentration camps or being murdered by...
Yes, because the one who overthrew the Kaiser in his own country is somehow going to keep the royals in a foreign one that he went to war with.
What a
that makes a lot of
bizarre
fucking sense.
way to start, too. Yeah. Right,
How on earth did you get to that? That's quite the bold claim. Fucking hell.
The Gestapo.
Well, let's
For
see.
most of its history, Germany was not a single nation, but rather a loose connection of small kingdoms and duchies, each with their own ruling family.
Go Prussia!
The 7 constituent princes of
Fuck
the
off.
Roman Empire were allowed to vote for the next emperor and were known as electors.
Frederick
One
the
of
Great.
these, the Elector of Hanover,
Wait a second. What isn't it, why is she going back to the Holy Roman Empire?
Because that's how far this conspiracy goes down.
No, I'll tell you what it is. It's because she's talking about this elector thing. It's like, oh, they used to elect the monarchs, and that was closer to democracy. Therefore, that's the good thing.
Oh god, that's cringe. Fuck that.
I could be wrong, but you know how this stuff plays out. You know how they feel about democracy. Speaking of,
Pistols of
I
Dawn.
think you should give it a bit of the benefit of the doubt.
Anyway, let's see if I'm right.
Great Britain in 1714, when his cousin, Queen Anne, died without an heir, and a law was passed saying everyone in the British line of succession had to be a descendant of his mother, Sophia of Hanover. For the next 200 years, the British royal family almost exclusively married members of the various German royal houses. In particular, the small German town
this is where she's going.
No.
Oh, it's German lineage, basically.
Did you
Did you know
forget
the
how Hitler got into power? Who he deposed?
Apparently not.
We'll
Hence
see.
what I'm saying, like, how on earth does this make any sense? Like, he overthrew the royals in his own nation.
But no, it's about the strong ties between the German and British royalty that Hitler deposed.
That allowed for Hitler to be coming to power. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Question mark.
Coburg became known as the stud farm of Europe. Both Queen Victoria's mother and husband were members of the Saxe-Coburg royal house. In 1871, the many kings and dukes of Germany decided to unify into one German nation. They offered the title of Kaiser, or Emperor, to the dominant king, Frederick William IV of Prussia.
Based.
Now Kaiser Wilhelm I of the German Empire. The new united Germany was more powerful than ever and became a strong competitor to the other European nations, particularly when it came to colonial domination. Over the next decades, the various European powers forged alliances in the hopes of
We have a German in chat, by the way, so this is going to get very heated.
extending their own might and limiting the reach of others. This built-up tension came to a head during the reign of Wilhelm I's grandson, Wilhelm II. His mother was Queen Victoria's eldest daughter, Victoria. The British queen was thrilled when events lined up to make her child the future Empress of Germany. Wilhelm was born during a difficult delivery. The obstetrician had to break the baby's shoulder to get him out. The prince's left arm was paralyzed and several inches shorter than his right.
So many jokes I could make, and they're all inappropriate.
Yeah, I'm not sure though. But what's the necessity of going over these specifics?
Yeah, exactly.
Crippled
for the
royal,
purpose
maybe.
of the
I don't know.
video.
I mean, this is something a lot of people who hate Kaiser Wilhelm II like to say how his left arm is basically the reason why he turned up that way, because he basically had an inferiority complex and tried to overcompensate that. And then there is also apparently
a lot of mind reading.
There's also apparently a weird argument that because it was a British doctor that pulled him out, that this is the reason why he hated Britain, which he never actually even...
come on.
This is an actual argument.
But again, that's so much mind reading. It is so much solipsism going on in that
This
entire
is
line
like
of
someone
thought.
saying Hitler hated Jews because the guy who denied his access to the Vienna University is Jewish.
Well, people unironically make that argument all the time. That he was just that everything that Hitler
He was
did
that jilted.
was that he was salty about not getting into art school. And because it was a
I know
Jewish
that.
guy
I
who
didn't know it was
rejected
a Jewish guy who rejected him.
Well, I've heard that. I've heard that argument, or that it was maybe not a single Jewish person, but it was the Jewish elite that kept him out. And then
It's funny. His family doctor was a Jew.
His family doctor was quite
Jewish,
open.
yeah.
I mean, but he literally gave Hitler's mother treatment cancer for free. Like literally. And actually, ironically, when he took over Austria, he actually let them go for free to sell his properties, forgot the name of the doctor, but basically didn't suffer any of the persecution on Jews got, and he basically managed to go to America like freely and without any issue. That was basically the only Jew Hitler ever liked in his entire life.
Well, I'm pretty sure he also gave him like the title of honorary Jew or something.
Honorary Aryan. He's a Jew, but honorary Aryan.
I was gonna say Jew giving someone the title of honorary
Jew
is pretty
it's
funny.
Like how Goering said, he decides who the Jews are.
Oh, that's fucked up saying.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he didn't mean that in a complimentary kind of manner.
Nepotism, essentially.
True. Let's get back to it.
Okay.
His mother was ashamed of having a disabled child and pushed doctors to cure him. Willem endured years of torturous experimental medical treatments, including braces and electroconvulsive therapy. The results were a deeply traumatized, bitter, rude, and tactless young man who learned to hate his mother and her English family. Victoria and her...
Oh my god! What?
That's just a stretch.
Like, here's the thing. Wilhelm never even hated his mother. Like, he actually always sought affection from her because, as a child does. But she was the one who kept rejecting him. And also, another interesting fact, like, I think it was maybe during the time when Wilhelm was a prince or shortly before he ascended the throne, where his mother literally took top secret German military documents and sent them to the United Kingdom. And then Queen Victoria rejected them because even she realized, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing this? And I feel like then, after some time, Wilhelm put her under house arrest or something, and people are unironically using that as an argument. Oh, look how cruel he was to his mother. And then there is, and don't even get me started on the rabbit hole where they claim that Wilhelm was sexually attracted to his mother.
Oh, for God's
sake, it's Freudian shit of the era that was popular. It's literally pop psych that he had a love-hate relationship with his mother, and that this somehow extends into his feelings about Britain and Britain's feelings towards Germany in terms of the royal families more
kind of a stretch.
broadly, which is the argument that she's making here. I think it's beyond a bit of a stretch. And like I said, all of it requires an extensive amount of mind reading.
And also, how exactly are any of these specific details relevant to the...
It's not.
Exactly.
It's just not relevant at all. But again, this is about making an emotional argument.
Nazis bad, and so are royals, because apparently Nazis like them because of a broken shoulder.
Well,
so far, that's the storyline we have.
Well,
and because a 6-year-old once did a Nazi salute.
She hasn't really even gotten to the argument yet. She's just going through seemingly unrelated history. But let's see if she explains why she's explaining the seemingly unrelated history.
Her husband, Prince Frederick, were liberal and supported peace in Europe and the rights of common people. But Frederick died of throat cancer at 56, after just 3 months on the throne. In 1888, his 29-year-old son became Kaiser Wilhelm II. In rebellion against his parents, he had turned deeply conservative and racist.
What?
I mean, he kind of was to Asians. He had an entire speech about it.
His entire life he was a conservative. He was never really identified himself as a rebel. This didn't just come out of just despite his parents. He always had it.
So much mind reading. I mean, and this pseudo psychological analyzing that it must be because he hated his parents that he became a conservative. Lady, I'm sorry, that sounds like projection to me. When I hear some shit like that coming out of somebody's mouth, and it's like, oh well, parents had different political beliefs than he did, so it must be because he hated his parents that he adopted these politics. Do you have a problem with your daddy?
Also, by the way,
you know who he is.
Also, by the way, just some stealth advertisement. Go and watch my documentary on my channel about Wilhelm II, where I literally debunk so much fucking propaganda about him. So it is almost 2 hours long, but I highly recommend it because it's honestly amazing. For that as well, but also because I think even you can see how fucking how demonized he is here, like even to such an extreme level.
Well, I mean, yeah.
It's probably also worth mentioning that Wilhelm did not suddenly become a racist after, he became emperor. It ain't like, Australia and with everyone in Europe did not have the prejudice against Asian people.
I was going to say, this was common at the time. Again, someone looking at this, when did she make this video again? Is it relatively new? Let me go to the YouTube page real quick here.
You might want to look at what some of the leaders have said about the Juden.
making this video from a 2022 perspective, right? And you're like, oh, well, the Kaiser was racist. Everybody was racist.
Yeah, that word doesn't really mean much these days, especially in the country that fucking time.
Right, in the way that someone from 2022 would see someone as being racist. Well, everybody was in the late 1800s.
But that doesn't excuse it just because everyone was.
Actually, yeah, it kind of does.
It kind of does, though.
I mean, context is always important.
Yes, but no, we have to look at things from a totally
These people were slave
I mean,
owners.
that is called presentism, Like, you cannot judge the past from modern-day values. By that logic, everyone in the Roman Empire would be currently in The Hague for crimes against humanity.
Precisely. Yeah, thank you for using that term, presentism. I think that's going to be the majority of what we're going to see here, but we'll find out.
Kaiser often made alarming public statements and came into immediate conflict with his ministers, particularly Otto von Bismarck, who advocated peaceful relations with other European heads of state. Wilhelm didn't like that idea. He wanted...
Okay. Time to go on a fucking rant here. Okay, so the reason why Wilhelm II fired Bismarck wasn't really due to foreign policy, but rather more or less domestic issues. Because when it comes to domestic issues, Bismarck was much more of an ultra-conservative send in the army kind of guy, while Wilhelm was more of a lenient approach. Okay, let's talk. Like, for example, when you had the Ruhr miner strike, where thousands of miners were striking for better working conditions, Bismarck wanted to send in the army and shoot at them, while Wilhelm wanted to reach a more diplomatic goal of sorts.
I prefer the shooting one.
Look at the cartoon she showed, by the way. The cartoon she showed literally shows that Wilhelm embracing quote-unquote socialism, while Bismarck says goodbye. Like, the cartoon is about that.
Yeah, the cartoon on the screen. Right.
And there's also, and then you also had, like, there are a lot of tantrums Bismarck used to make with Wilhelm I. Like, while Wilhelm I was more than happy to just lean back and let Bismarck do his stuff, but whenever Bismarck didn't get his way with something, he would always threaten to resign. And I feel like it was either during the peace negotiations with France after the Franco-Prussian War, or sometime later, where when Bismarck didn't get his way, he quite literally threatened to jump out of the window and die.
That was with the war with Austria.
Okay.
Oh yeah. And then
dramatic.
And then
just a little.
And because you see, this is Bismarck's strategy. Every time he doesn't get his way, he would just threaten to resign, and then Wilhelm I would back down because he saw him as irreplaceable. But when he finally tried that strategy with Wilhelm II, Wilhelm was just like, okay, goodbye. And there's also another if, but Wilhelm actually wanted to keep Bismarck as foreign minister. He did recognize his ability in foreign policy, but guess what? For Bismarck, it was either chancellor or bust. So yeah, I'd say that's my rant done with.
Well, it's important context, and you guys all three of you know more about history than I do. Again, I'm the social scientist. I know about social sciencey things and less about history. But even with my paltry knowledge, immediately, again, I do find it quite ironic that she's put this image on the screen of Wilhelm II holding a doll of socialism full with dynamite and Bismarck walking off. And this is supposed to be an indictment of Wilhelm II coming from a leftist socialist perspective. We're about to hear how he's...
I considered Wikipedia an historian theory. It's basically she looks at Wikipedia, she sees what it says there, and then she goes on Google, picks Bismarck dismissed cartoon, and picks the first thing she finds.
Probably.
Which contradicts what she said,
Unless...
We call that fascism.
she would be trying to connect him, like this kind of doll, this political cartoon, to Wilhelm somehow siding with the Nazis because they were National Socialists. Oh, but you wouldn't want to bring that part up, would you, lady? Just gonna guess you don't like that part of the word Nazi. It was a real socialism. It was okay, but let's see.
To prove his might by expanding his empire and building up the army and navy, including implementing the dreaded U-boat. While flexing his muscles, Wilhelm alienated everyone, especially France, Russia, and his British cousins, King Edward VII and King George V. He deeply embarrassed the German people, and there were even calls for his abdication. But he was the rightful Kaiser, so what could they do? Wilhelm did still have one friend, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
My turn to talk. My turn to talk. All right. First of all, Franz Ferdinand did not like Wilhelm at all. Franz Ferdinand was actually the most pro-English, one of the most pro-British person in the entire empire before the war. Because most of it, essentially, Franz Ferdinand believed that Germany was essentially doomed to collapse, because they didn't saw the German state as one entity, but rather separate entities under Prussian leadership that would eventually fight against each other. He was heir to the throne because, even that, Franz Ferdinand's position as heir to the throne was never secure. Because, he had a very poor marriage and no one liked him, really. And he kind of basically just did whatever he was told. He never really had power. If it was told to, hey, go meet with the Kaiser, he would do it, he did the best of a situation he didn't really have control. He wouldn't just, walk into a room and be rude to everyone because he didn't like them. He was actually known for being quite a well-liked character, even by people he really didn't like. To say that, Wilhelm did like him a lot, but the relation was very much not mutual. For sure.
Also, and speaking of the Prussian relationship, there is that Wilhelm was monarch of both Germany and Prussia. Is that they were still considered dual monarchies, if I understand correctly.
It's a federal state. The king of Prussia is the emperor of Germany, but you also have other kings within the state.
Right. So, okay, that's maybe some interesting or some relevant context to that. But yeah, I guess that's Well, we'll see where it goes with that in terms of why is she going to complain about Franz Ferdinand,
who was just as conservative and racist as he was. Franz Ferdinand was
conservative.
Okay.
What in the actual fuck?
Again, like you said, it's presentism. Looking back at somebody in the early 1900s and saying, "Oh, they were racist."
No, even for the time, even for the period, Franz Ferdinand was extremely liberal. He did not like Czechs. He generally did not like Czechs. I'll give it that, He's very, romanticized, because Franz Ferdinand had the biggest problem, because he was kind of, he proposed, trialism. He's seen as we wanted to reform the Austrian Empire. No, he hated almost everyone in the empire. But I'll give it that in the degree, I guess he was kind of liberal, at least for Austrian politics, Well,
I think also let's talk about what's the racism that we're talking about in question here, right? It's if you do want to call him a racist, he would be racist against Czechs, predominantly. Whereas when
he just really didn't like the Czechs. He actually didn't give a shit anyone except the Czechs.
Whereas when someone like this lady, Lindsay, is making a video from a present perspective, and you hear that word racism, you think, oh, he must have hated blacks. No, he didn't like Czechs. It's a little bit different. And by the way, I guarantee, I don't know her. I'm not going to be solipsistic. But people with this similar kind of political line of thinking would say that you can't even be racist against white people. So how could he possibly be racist against Czechs? They're white. Can't be racist against white people. Just putting it out.
June 28th, 1914, by Serbians, and the Kaiser was deeply affected. He pressured Austria to go after Serbia in retaliation for the murder and promised to back them up. Egged on by the Kaiser, Austria declared war on Serbia.
No, first of all, Wilhelm never directly went to Austria and said, hey, I'm going to support you invading Serbia. I'm going to support you doing that. You should invade. No, he never did that. All he did was give the quote-unquote blank check to Austria, where it basically said Germany was going to support Austria in whatever approach they took. Mm-hmm. That is vastly different from actually going on saying, oh, you should invade them. And second of all, what's the problem here? An ally supporting another ally who they have a contractual obligation to support each other in a crisis? What's exactly wrong here?
I mean, don't ask this woman about her opinion on Ukraine, I'm sure. As I would imagine, just a guess, would think that all of the West should go in and help our ally Ukraine. So, but yeah, that's how things work.
By the way,
all of human history,
I just
allies
also
help
love how they oversimplified it. I mean, I guess she doesn't care much, it's just like a footnote, but to say that, the conflict between Austria and Serbia was just Sarajevo is a gross misrepresentation.
Oh,
there is a lot of backstory, like centuries you can go back. Austria wanted to go to war, there is no doubt, but it's just not because, the guy got shot and everyone, we need to revenge. No, there's a lot of background there.
Exactly, though, and to act like it just pops out of nowhere with Sarajevo, and that's where this whole conflict starts. Is such historical revisionism or historical illiteracy and ignorance. And I find that stuff with the Ukraine conflict too. She's like, well, Russia just decided to invade Ukraine for no reason whatsoever. There's no history there whatsoever. It's the same kind of mindset. Sorry, what were you going to say, Spoon?
I was like, no, the whole racism thing I find a bit baffling, because if you want to go look at the people who get called racist during certain periods, it's usually because they have a perspective on a certain group of people. Look at what they say 30 years prior to the events that happened during, segregation, for example, in America. Look at what the people said with regards to segregation, what would happen, and tell me if you think they're racist. A lot of the people who get called segregationists, you look at their work like, oh, holy shit, almost everything what they said come true has actually come true. Like, maybe those racists actually had a point, but nobody wants to talk about that because it's really uncomfortable.
Because at the end of the day, for the left, they have a couple of cudgel words, right? Racist, Nazi is of course one of them, sexist, fascist, whatever. And these are cudgel words.
Is a new one.
Sure, they don't have to actually mean anything. You don't need evidence for them. As soon as you've labeled someone as that, they are unpersonal.
Historyism, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
So their slogans to shut down conversation. That's basically
yes.
Ally Russia mobilized to defend them, so Kaiser Wilhelm declared war on Russia. The British.
Hold on.
Serbia was not an ally of Russia.
Got 15 seconds. Yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure that it was. Okay, I'm pretty sure it wasn't Germany that declared war on Russia. It was actually Russia that declared war on Germany. I think Germany.
Russia declared war on Austria first, and then Germany declared war on Russia.
Okay.
Well, but that made sense, is because if Germany was in an alliance with Austria, Russia declares war on Austria, well then being their ally. Same with Serbia. Then Germany goes to war with Russia. That's how both world wars.
Actually, Russia and Serbia were never even in a military alliance in the first place. Russia never had a contractual obligation to help out Serbia in times of crisis, unlike Wilhelm had with Austria. But for some reason, these people always go, "Oh my God, the blank check. He supported war. This is what caused it. He should not have granted it." Like you think you can literally turn this around the exact same way on Russia and Serbia, and everyone's gonna ignore, like, okay, this is fine. And again, they never had a military alliance. Russia wasn't obligated to protect Serbia, unlike Germany had with Austria, which makes the situation even worse. But of course, it's always when Germany does it, it's bad.
Well, there's certainly been a strange trend there I have noticed about, when Germany does something, it's bad, and it's because Germany was made the boogeyman for, well, and still is, particularly this era of German history, that not even coming up to the Nazis yet. Obviously, we're still in getting up to that point.
But Russians are going to overtake them in any day now.
No, I think that the Nazis,
I mean, they kind of already did in the Cold War.
The Russians, they were the bad guys, but the Nazis never stopped. It's just that, we have another bad guy. And the Americans are, in particular, and much of the West in general, still relies on these eternal bogeymen, Russia or Germany, whichever it is, in order to get people upset about stuff, as this woman is.
And French joined in with Russia, and thus World War I began. King George V distanced himself from his cousin Wilhelm and all of his German relatives. He changed the royal dynasty's name from Saxe-Coburg and Gotha to Windsor, the name of his favorite English castle. He allowed his children to marry non-royals, ending the long tradition of wedding German princes and princesses. And he removed British titles from relatives who sided with the Kaiser. Despite his deafening bark, Kaiser Wilhelm had a little bite when it came to military campaigns. He allowed his generals to make the decisions while he watched military parades and...
Real quick, I just thought about that for a second. Wasn't the whole purpose of, and like the initial argument she was making that there was this incredible tie between the future British royalty and Nazis because of the positive relationship with
I think she's starting to establish a precedent.
Okay.
You know, like a precedent to justify then, World War II. Because, they already have a history of relations with the German families, then, that translates into World War II.
It's difficult to make that argument after you've just said that the king completely, that the British king completely, cuts himself off from the Kaiser in that way. And then so does Hitler as well later on. So I'm not sure where you're going to make the connection. I guess that's it, right? Is that both of them didn't like the Kaiser? So let's see.
Awarded medals.
I keep saying it, but...
His manic depressive moods swung wildly as the war dragged on for 4 years. 22 million soldiers and civilians lay dead in the wake of the terrible conflict he had ignited. Germany
Wait.
Just gonna say, the one who shot Franz Ferdinand was not a German or an Austrian.
No, Syrian.
I literally love how Wilhelm is the one being blamed for World War I. No, I'm gonna say this. George V literally went to the Prime Minister. I forgot his name. What was his name again? That bastard. Edward Grey. He literally went to Edward Grey and told him, find the United Kingdom a reason to enter the war. He literally, and this was only this was only made public recently, where George V literally, it was only made recently public, and George V literally just went to his prime minister and said, look, we need to be at war with Germany, find a reason for us to get involved. And
it's more of the government wanted to join the war, but he said that they can only join if they have a reason.
Fascinating. Yeah. I'm not shocked.
And then they literally pulled the Belgium card, which people like to say that Britain was guaranteeing Belgian independence when this was actually not the case. Britain was guaranteeing Belgian neutrality, which is something completely different. Like, Belgium is not going to get involved on either side of a conflict. They never said that they were going to protect them in times of an invasion. And there was actually a former Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald, that actually called this out in the House of Commons, where it said, Edward Grey is completely vague, and he wants us to intentionally drag us into this war by using Belgium as his quote-unquote trump card. And when the Germans actually contacted the British to ask, okay, are you going to invade? Are you going to declare war when we invade Belgium? What's going to happen if we do something with Belgium? And the British literally ghosted them.
No, the Belgians are still waiting for that British support they were promised in 1914.
I'm so glad to have you guys here, because you guys know so many details about this that I'm absolutely clueless about. It's fascinating.
Well, you know the psychology, we know the praxis.
Yeah, exactly.
To fight enemies on both the Eastern and Western fronts, and once the U.S. military entered the conflict in 1917, it was clear that Germany had...
All right, my turn. For once of all, America did not do shit militarily. They came to Europe without helmets, for fuck's sake.
Wait, and we went in at the last 6-8 months?
To be fair, America's greatest contribution was money.
Yes.
London was literally the Britain and France were after 1916. I might be mistaken. I didn't need to double check that, but they were basically fighting the war on American money, American loans. Mm-hmm. The UK cannibalized its economy to fight the war.
Yes.
In terms of military power, America did jack shit. So much so that America's participation, they got more casualties than like other nations combined in the Western Front. I mean,
Really?
who would have guessed that no helmets would be bad?
Yeah, well, because it appeared that they weren't, from my understanding, the U.S. wasn't serious about it.
Oh, it's not another thing. They literally refused to develop light machine guns because they considered it stupid, even though the British did that and it actually worked. They refused to develop tanks. American military is very interesting that period.
But it's also something you point out that's extremely important. I think might be important to this going on, obviously considering the topic matter, is that yes, Britain cannibalized itself for the war effort in the First World War, not the Americans. So I clearly she's an American or Canadian, so she's got maybe
one more important
perspective.
One more important point, and I think you will like this one. Wilhelm II actually tried to form a peace treaty, like despite the fact that Germany was under a military dictatorship at the time and he was, really just limited power-wise, he tried to broker a peace treaty where it would basically return to the complete status quo. Like Germany would take absolutely nothing.
Also did that.
No, it was actually Wilhelm. I mean, he
did. Kazakh also did a peace attempt. Even the Pope tried to make peace attempts.
No, but Wilhelm also did. He also wrote to the Pope. Yeah.
Basically all of Europe were trying to make peace attempts, just that some people did not want peace.
Yeah. And basically, like in his letter to the Pope, Wilhelm explicitly stated that the war was costing the lives of so many Germans and that the fighting has just been completely pointless. Yeah. And in order to prevent more bloodshed, peace needed to be brought back. And the fact that he was willing to completely give up all of Germany's gains in Belgium, in Belgium, Western Front, and all of that he was basically willing to give it all up in return for pre-war borders just to broker a peace already says a lot. And guess what? The British and French declined. They didn't want that. They literally could not accept anything less than a total defeat and subjugation of Germany.
Well, that's history repeats itself because it happens later, by the way, as we all know. And it was the utter defeat of Germany. Again, I'm curious as to how she's going to make these connections because, as far as I recall, George V had nothing positive to say about the Kaiser after this. Called him
a lot of people didn't.
Well, yeah, called him a war criminal and as such.
Wasn't the Americans tried to kidnap him from the Netherlands, right?
Yeah. Oh yes.
Wait, they did?
They did. There was two U.S. majors that tried to go undercover into the Netherlands and kidnap him so they could try him and execute him.
Yeah.
It completely failed because a bunch of Dutch border guards that were drunk caught them.
I do remember hearing about that one. So yeah, I'm curious to see where this goes.
Choice but to surrender. On November 11th, 1918, the war came to an end, and the Americans barred the Kaiser from participating in peace negotiations. The German people were sick and tired of their emperor, who's arrogant.
Yeah, they barred him from peace negotiations, and not because of the fact that he literally went into exile because his country was falling apart.
The Allies literally said they would not negotiate with Germany unless the Kaiser abdicated.
Yeah, it was. It was part of the whole agreement there.
Well, demand, not an agreement.
Yeah, agreement, demand. Right. More well stated. So this is, I think, probably not.
Also, by the way, another point. This whole thing about the Kaiser needs to abdicate in order to there be peace. This only came in after the U.S. joined the war, because before that, France and the United Kingdom. Yeah, before France and the United Kingdom literally did not give us two shits about who was in charge of Germany. They just wanted their total victory. But then fucking Wilson came in like, oh yeah, the Kaiser needs to go.
Well, not just the Kaiser. Austria-Hungary has to go. Ottoman Empire has to go. Bulgaria has to go. And then look.
And then, look at what's there. I'm wondering, and we're now here, how is she going to cover the Treaty of Versailles? Is this going to be, I'm sure, a beautiful, wonderful, perfect thing? Or the reason why...
Compared to what Austria got, the Treaty of Versailles is a fucking paradise.
A complete embarrassment. A worldwide struggle session to embarrass and shame the German people in a way that is truly... I mean, how the fuck did you think it'd go any different?
had rained destruction, death, and shame upon them, and with the entire aristocratic system which had allowed the war to happen. But Willem refused.
Whoa! The aristocratic system is what caused the war?
Yeah, it was a German aristocrat who shot Franz Ferdinand. You knew that Gravino Princip was in fact a German aristocrat.
But it's... Okay, the entire aristocratic system is what caused this, and not a Serbian rebel killing an archduke.
I wonder if Merkel said the same, after 9/11.
You know what? Pack it up, monarchist bros. It's over. We have been found out.
I guess so. It was the monarchist system. Now, by the way, again, I'm real curious as to where this is going, because it's after this that most of a lot of these European countries start to abandon all of their monarchies. Okay, because I think that might have been a prevailing thought, was that these feuds between monarchies in some way was responsible for it.
Thought, if you are spending years on trenches and in the end of the day you gain nothing, you can't even if it's not right, you can't develop that idea in your mind.
Well, because World War I was a completely pointless war. It really, really, truly was pointless loss of life. And then should not have been fighting with each other.
And then, fun fact: the first video on my channel was actually me and Wolfgang reacting to Brandon F. I don't know if you know about him. Where he basically it's an American guy LARPing as a British guy. That's all you need to know.
Oh, wow.
And he basically argued
sounds like
that
me, except a different continent.
Well, he basically argued that World War I was completely justified, and it was a fight against the immoral and evil German Empire that raped Belgian babies.
What?
How the hell did you get to that?
You actually take propaganda serious?
And then
I guess so.
And then he actually went on to talk something about the Jews later on as well.
I mean, you know that, what's the name, Monty Python? Well, the Mr. Bean actor, he had the World War I series. And in World War that series, he actually said something funny, which was, one of the other actors, he asks, why are we fighting this war, And another person responds, because we have to defeat the evil German Empire. They want to conquer the globe. And then the Mr. Bean actor, he comments, my dear sir, the British Empire covers 2/3 of the entire globe, while the German Empire consists of a sausage factory in Tanganyika.
I remember this bit, yeah. It's clearly, there's some strange perspectives that she's putting out through this, but again, I'm real interested in how she ties this together with royal Nazis.
Refused to abdicate. He hoped to at least retain his title as King of Prussia. Fed up, the German people...
Okay, so by the way, I want to point something out. I pulled up the Wikipedia article on Wilhelm II just to have there as a side companion piece while doing this, because I'm not, as I've said, I'm not the biggest knowledge person. I don't know a whole lot about history comparatively to social science and research. She is reading from Wikipedia.
Doesn't surprise me. I can now this type of YouTube content.
That was a 1-for-1 quote from Wikipedia.
Oh my God! Why? Literally, why am I not surprised?
It is the section here under Wilhelm II, German Emperor. There is a section called Abdication and Flight. And it says, Wilhelm could not make up his mind whether to abdicate. Up to that point, he'd accepted he would likely have to give up the imperial crown and still hoped to retain the Prussian kingship. However, this was impossible under the imperial constitution. Wilhelm thought he ruled as emperor in a personal union with Prussia. In truth, the constitution defined the empire as a confederation of states. Under the permanent presidency of Prussia, the imperial crown was thus tied to the Prussian crown, meaning that Wilhelm could not renounce one crown without renouncing the other. She's getting this shit directly from Wikipedia. Now, I'm not saying you can't use Wikipedia, by the way.
Please changed it a little bit.
But
make it sound a little different. She
has changed it slightly. But I again, not being a history buff myself, pulled this up and it's oh, this is some people straight out of Compton. This is straight out of Wikipedia.
Revolted, and instead of just removing Wilhelm, they brought down all 22 constituent German monarchies. Families which had ruled since the Middle Ages were forced to abdicate their thrones. The Weimar Republic and universal suffrage were established. Wilhelm was finally forced to abdicate his throne.
Oh, I really hope she talks about how great Weimar was.
Oh, God, the overwhelming cringe of the entire monarchical system coming down. Yeah, that was great for Germany.
Oh, it was wonderful. Let's listen to how great it got after it collapsed.
Labeled a war criminal, but he escaped prosecution by...
You know what's a really wise idea to do?
This is also directly out of the wiki.
Right?
Huh?
This is a really great idea to do. Once your republic is barely established and you have massive amounts of war debt and a humiliation, you know what's a really good idea to establish? A welfare state. that
no,
will
the best
definitely
idea is
end
to
well.
print money.
Oh God,
like,
yes.
non-stop.
Oh yeah. There was no hyperinflation in Germany. None whatsoever. It's just economic dip is what that is.
One loaf of bread.
That's monarchist propaganda.
Obviously.
No, the best part is when communists try to establish a communist state in the most conservative state in Germany. And then that fell completely.
Oh, I wonder how. How could that happen?
Have you seen there's literally like pictures of wheelbarrows of children carrying money.
FYI, I'm pretty sure around that time, Hitler was actually a communist and supported the Bavarian Socialist Republic.
He was elected to it briefly. Although we don't know if he was actually supportive or he was doing that as a spy for the army.
A psyop kind of thing?
I know he attended. I know he attended the funeral of the guy who was leading it.
Yeah, Kurt.
Probably to spit on him.
Well, maybe. But, obviously, Hitler had socialist political leanings. He just thought that the way that you were able to attain workable socialism, which again had not worked up to that point and still has not, is that you have to have an ethno state.
The thing is, the reason why we have such a doubt is because Hitler did not like the leadership of the Bavarian Commune.
No.
So it is possible he just stood forward and was elected, but it is also equally possible that he was just there as a spy for the army. The way he started into the NSDAP was that initially was just an army informant, and then he actually got into it. He took the LARP a bit too serious.
Mm-hmm.
Fleeing to the Netherlands, which refused to extradite him. The former Kaiser, now known as Mr. Hohenzollern, retired to an estate in the Dutch countryside. Back in Germany, things were not going well. The Treaty of Versailles heaped all the blame for the war and a massive war debt on the nation. Hyperinflation, poverty, and starvation pulled Germany into a tailspin. This climate of desperation was an idea.
And who was responsible for that?
It was the Kaiser. It was the Kaiser who was responsible for it.
I mean, that seems to be the implication.
American money funding the place. And then
What,
the Great
why?
Depression.
At some point, Weimar was also dependent on American money.
Yeah.
Why they had no currency of their own? It was just so worthless. People burn it.
Right. It was worth more money as toilet paper, or worth more as toilet paper, or as kindling.
Paper. You can use a leaf. You can warm yourself with money at least.
It was worth more as kindling. And she has the picture of the children with the stacks of money there, of marks, and then but as you mentioned too, Spin, these pictures of them with wheelbarrows full of money to go buy a loaf of bread. It was so worthless.
I have it in one of my books.
But interesting that she's like, well, the Kaiser. It doesn't. That appears to be the implication. The Kaiser did this. Really? It was the Treaty of Versailles that did it.
I remember reading a book
it was not the government who did it, honestly.
I remember reading in a book that it got so bad that if you were to sit in a German coffee shop and buy like a piece of cake and coffee, by the time you were done with the meal, it would be a different price than when you ordered it. That's how bad it was.
Also, by the way,
it's a joke.
You can be thankful that the internet and internet, the online markets did not exist back then, because then it would be even worse.
It is interesting though to see the way she's framing all of this. Is that somehow the extreme? Because there's no other way. We have to be clear that the Treaty of Versailles was an abject, overt punishment upon Germany. It was not meant as anything other than a punishment on the German people, and that's how it was enacted. But somehow this is the Kaiser's fault. The German people did not deserve what happened to them that was enacted upon them by the rest of Europe under the Treaty of Versailles.
Also, it's fair to mention that if this is the amount of quote-unquote research she did as of now, which is almost completely bullshit, then that puts the reliability of what she's about to say in the future also into question.
Well, like I said, I'm now seeing that when you go to the Wikipedia, abdication and flight of Wilhelm II, she has changed the language, but she is reading almost directly, point by point from this Wikipedia article, in my opinion. So that's not a good sign.
Ideal environment for the rise of another barking racist strongman.
I wonder why.
Racist.
He spoke of the rise of the great German people to once again dominate Europe. And to a hungry and defeated populace, this had a lot of appeal.
No shit.
Willem.
Yeah, like literally, like I know that there is this fucking theory going around called the Zonderweg theory. I think Wolfgang knows about it. Basically, it goes that Germany developed a lot more differently compared to other nations, specifically their militarism. And because of this, it's not exactly the defeat of the defeat at Versailles that caused the rise of the Nazis. Rather, it's the quote-unquote German nature and their militarism that led to it. Yeah, it's literally racism.
And it's biological determinism. There's something about, if you want to know my opinion, if you want to know where I think German militarism comes from, I think you got to go way further back than this. I think you got to go back to the Roman era. But if you were to believe such a thing did have a biologically deterministic element to it, which I do not think is true, there could be a cultural aspect to that of German
Even
militarism.
if you say it a culture, it wouldn't apply to Prussia, not to every other German state. Like, I bet you I will wait until someone can show me Bavarian militarism. I'll pay for that.
If that were the case, where's the German militarism now? Where is it in Angela Merkel?
But
if the army can get fucking new panties, they will fucking have a party nowadays.
Like, the best way to debunk this is literally look at history. Like, this is something that I've actually established in a recent video of mine. Like, what's happening here? Like, what's happening with Germany right now? It's a very common phenomena for nations, which is, okay, let me just find it real quick. Yeah, it's called traumatic nationalism.
I've heard that.
I defined it like this: a kind of
I've heard that term. Probably from you, then, I meant.
The way I define it is a kind of nationalism where the nation and people focus on a specific injustice and suffering that has happened to them by the hands of another nation and another people. This nationalism aims to fix this injustice and make it right again through a motivation and sense of revenge against those who they see wronged them.
So
it's basically revanchism. This French added for us as well.
Again, that's literally it's literally normal. That's literally how human nature works.
That's literally how America looks at Russia right now.
And now I can come in with my expertise. That is something called perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. It was studied by a bunch of actually Jewish Israeli scholars just very recently, as of the last 4 years. They were looking at the Palestinian-Jewish conflict, and they found that people had that exact. What was your terminology for it again, Lev?
Traumatic nationalism.
Traumatic nationalism. And what they called it was perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, or PIVO, which is that they are very nationalistic and they perceive themselves, I'm speaking as the Israelis, perceive themselves as victims perpetually of Palestinian violence. And when you ask the Palestinians, they feel the exact same way. They are very nationalistic and perceive themselves as being victims of violence and oppression enacted by the Israeli state, which took their land from their perspective. I mean, kind of.
And
in reality, because we're going to get into World War II here in a minute.
I believe one of like this kind of mentality literally goes back to ancient times, like before Christ. Of course. Literally, look, the Punic Wars. The Second Punic War was literally about that. Like, Rome crushed
Carthage.
Carthage so hard that they were literally embarrassed, and they sought revenge by going after them a second time and trying to reclaim their lost glory. That really sounds familiar, huh?
Yeah, again, like the fact that it's a new theory, or there's new research on it that puts a name to it, doesn't make it not ancient. In fact, if social science is to have any value at all, it should be discovering things that are key aspects of human nature. And PIVO, again, perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, appears to be a natural part of collective group psychology throughout all of history. Yeah, the Carthage example.
And here she is trying to like blame it on Germany.
The Kaiser?
Yeah.
she's not trying to blame it on the German people. She's trying to blame it on the Kaiser. But I don't know, maybe don't do the Treaty of Versailles then.
Followed events in his former kingdom closely. He held out the vain hope that once Hitler restored Germany to its rightful place at the top of Europe, he would naturally restore the monarchy to its rightful place at the top of Germany. Wilhelm became increasingly alarmed as he learned of the Nazi Party's murderous actions. But his first priority was his crown. He wrote to Hitler, "My Führer, I congratulate you and hope that under your marvelous leadership, the German monarchy will be restored completely." But Hitler was
By the way, I'm not sure in what exact year this was written. Wolfgang, do you know when this letter was written?
Isn't it during the pots after Hitler was elected or something?
Let's find
I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Wilhelm II letter to Hitler. Here it is. Yeah, it's in 1940.
Okay, so 3 years.
Didn't you said in that letter that you won the war with my troops?
Yeah, literally in that same. Although it's kind of confusing because if he's gonna why would Wilhelm start it off I congratulate you and hope under your marvelous
that's just politics.
Yeah, I'm not sure why would he say that and then follow it up with a mocking of you conquered France with my own troops, and also there is also there is this very famous quote. This was before in 1938. Wait, let me find it.
Oh my God, I can't even find this letter because everything I find on a Google search.
Okay, here it is. Cool. Found it. This is This is what Kaiser Wilhelm II said about Hitler in 1938. Quote, "There's a man alone, without family, without children, without God. He builds legions, but he doesn't build a nation. A nation is created by families, a religion, traditions. Yes. It is made up out of the hearts of mothers, the wisdom of fathers, the joy and the exuberance of children. For a few months, I was inclined to believe in National Socialism. I thought of it as a necessary fever, and I was gratified to see that there were, associated with it for a time, some of the wisest and most astounding Germans. But these, one by one, he has got rid of or even killed. He has left nothing but a bunch of shirtless gangsters. This man could bring home victories to our people each year without bringing them either glory or danger. But of our Germany, which was a nation of poets and musicians, of artists and soldiers, he has made a nation of hysterics and hermits, engulfed in a mob and led by 1,000 liars or fanatics."
Wow, sounds extremely, extremely in favor of Hitler. Now, I couldn't find that easily because when I looked this up on Google, I'm just going to read some of the headlines on the Google search. "Monarch by grace of Hitler. When Paris fell to Hitler, did Kaiser William really write a letter of congratulations saying he won with my troops? The Führer and the Prince. The Führer and the Kaiser, comparative study of personalities." Actually, this one's being recommended to me because it's a scientific paper on JS2R. Comparative study of personality and politics. I actually would be interested in reading that. It's just clearly that the Germany's royal family helped Hitler get into power. How? He was deposed. He was in exile. How could you possibly make this argument that somehow the Kaiser had any capacity to influence German politics at that point in time? And clearly he's not in favor of what Hitler was doing later. So this is conflation to the highest degree.
By the way, there's actually a famous letter, quote unquote, near the end of World War I, where it stated that where Wilhelm quite literally stated that he wanted to get rid of Jews with gas. That he was the first one to recommend Jews getting gas. But from the looks of it, from my research I've done, it definitely seems to be authentic. However, as I've stated in the very beginning of this podcast, people can change their minds. And no doubt that in 1918, while literally all hell was breaking around him, it's no wonder why he would suddenly start thinking that way and, start, bit of a scapegoating. But you can literally see that during the Light of the Long Knives, where Wilhelm literally said and saw how the Jews were being murdered, where he said, "For the first time, I am ashamed of being German," which means
incredible that Hitler killed anti-Semitism in Europe.
And then, and like obviously again, you can literally see from this that he definitely did not believe in these things, despite the fact what he said like fucking 20 years earlier. The people can't change their minds. They can have mental breakdowns. They can sometimes let out and say things they don't truly mean by the heart in a stressful situation.
Well, maybe they do mean that in the moment, but with time of reflection, that's the
exactly
whole purpose of redemption, right? Is it?
No, Gibbo.
Just real quick to finish that, the fact that he reacted to Kristallnacht in that way of saying that he is ashamed of being German, by the way, which has become the way that all Germans are made to feel, or supposed to be made to feel, is to be ashamed of being German for things like that. But the fact that he said that immediately is quite telling to me personally.
I mean,
that he was not
there's also there's also the fact, that even for the most anti-Semitic, like we have to, Europe before World War II was generally anti-Semitic. When Hitler came to power and began Kristallnacht, at the Holocaust, most people that are by default mostly anti-Semitic will generally, change their minds, because there's one thing. It's one thing, to say anti-Semitic things. It's another thing to enact them.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't deny, like definitely Kaiser Wilhelm II definitely was an anti-Semite, like during his late years, like in exile. But he was never the extreme one where he would advocate for the killing and extermination of Jews. Like there's definitely a difference. Like he wasn't an extreme anti-Semite, and he wasn't even always as anti-Semite, because while he was Kaiser, he actually donated an entire room to a newly built Jewish synagogue.
Well, it seems a little bit contradictory if he was a raging anti-Semite. However, again, I think that his historical context needs to be put into this, right? The Jewish people in Germany had lived in pogroms, not just in Germany, but throughout much of Europe for a very long time. And there was anti-Jewish sentiments throughout Europe for a very long time. Part of, what happens under Weimar, though, just adds an enormous amount of flame to the fires of anti-Semitism that would have existed prior to that, or what she would call racism. But I would say again, these were largely held beliefs by most of the population. And what happened under Weimar, which is that these people, again, having to carry wheelbarrows full of money to try and buy a loaf of bread, they saw that the Jewish sections of German society were not struggling. At least that's the way they perceived it, the way that they were. Because of their involvement in banking, largely speaking, which is, of course, something that Jews were historically placed into as the only career option they could have was usury. And it's a very twisted kind of reality of history.
People usually do desperate stuff.
Right. It's a very twisted aspect of history, is that Jews weren't allowed to do anything historically. The only job they weren't allowed to have normal jobs, so they engaged in usury, in banking. And then when you're looking for someone who's the problem in a society wherein it's taking, you have to carry wheelbarrows of cash to buy a loaf of bread, who's loaning the money? Oh, it's these Jewish bankers who historically had come into those positions and had formed very tightly knit, nepotistic to some degree. And I don't have a problem with nepotism inherently. Sometimes it can be very bad, but not inherent. Obviously, I'm a monarchist, but and obviously the Jewish people come off as if they're the ones who are not suffering while the rest of Germany is struggling to such an extreme degree.
And there's also another thing I would like to add on, to this letter, where Kaiser Wilhelm is congratulating. For the sake of argument, let's imagine that it was just a congratulation, like there was no sarcasm or mockery. Okay, for the sake of argument, let's assume it was just a normal congratulation right there.
Yeah.
Now, isn't it? Now, I think you can piece pieces two and two together. The man was critical of the Nazis and didn't like them when he was in his own home in a foreign nation. But then, while he was writing that congratulation letter, there were literally Nazis at his doorstep.
That's also a good point, right? What are you going to say? You're going to talk some shit?
Of course, we can't 100% confirm whether Wilhelm wrote that congratulation from under address, like from his heart, or just to save himself. But you can't deny the possibility.
Yeah, I would agree. Let's get back into it. All right.
Not ruthlessly building up power in order to hand it over to the former Kaiser. He hated Willem's not ruthlessly building up power in order to hand it over to the former Kaiser. He hated Willem, blamed him for the war, and called him an idiot. Willem died in 1941 at the age of 82. Hitler ordered his body to be returned to Berlin for a state funeral so that he could demonstrate to the people that the Third Reich was the continuation of the German Empire and that he was the heir to the Kaiser. But Willem's will stipulated that he would never return to Germany until his monarchy was restored. The Netherlands refused to.
Also, by the way, another thing to add on to this.
Wait, the Netherlands refused?
He was in the Netherlands.
Yeah, but the Netherlands were occupied when he died.
Yeah.
In 1941, yeah.
Also, by the way, another thing to add on to that is that in that same will, Wilhelm literally said that not under any circumstance should a Nazi flag be placed upon his coffin, which literally ruined the Nazis' chance to have his whole funeral be a propaganda piece.
No, they disregarded it and went ahead with the Nazi symbols.
Right, but it doesn't matter because this is the point she's making, which is that I'm really not seeing the connection here. The Kaiser was Kaiser Wilhelm II was clearly not in favor of the Nazis. They went against his will. So where's the connection here? I'm still waiting for it, but we got 20 minutes left.
To hand over his corpse, and he was buried at his Dutch estate. During World War II, both the Ally and Axis powers used codes and ciphers extensively to protect vital military intelligence from leaking to the enemy. Today, we have far superior technology to protect our personal and financial data from being stolen by hackers. With NordVPN, one click pulls up the drawbridge.
You gotta at least give her that. That was actually flawlessly integrated.
It was a flawless integration. You know what? And I as someone who works with advertisers all the time, that was a flawless integration. I'm surprised Nord let you put that in 11 minutes in. They asked me to put my shit in the first 5.
Kaiser Wilhelm's actions tore a rift between the British and German halves of the once tightly knit royal family.
Wait.
And there
so
were many
all
other
that just for
members
this point?
who found themselves.
Yeah, we just wasted 12 minutes.
Why not just stop at World War One start? And why do we have to know the entire story about Willem?
Like when I made my Ukraine video, right, which is 2 hours long, I went over the history of everything because leading up. The long-term history, because it was important. I don't think this was important. So can we? All right, thank you.
This is something this is something I have genuinely seen in these history videos, where at least half of the video is just building up to the actual topic of it. Literally half of the video is just building up to it, like talking about something completely irrelevant, this is the origins, you need to understand this, and then only half of the video is talking about that exact topic.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. At this point, I think I can say with some certainty, not with total, but with some. This is a Wikipedia video. Is it? Yeah. This woman who's got quite a lot of subs from what I've seen. This video's got
851,000.
She has 851,000, and this video has 563,000 views. So
this
is a very
reading
popular
of basically Wikipedia can get you 850,000 subs.
Yeah, and it's got terrible editing as well. The transitions are it's like Windows Movie Maker type shit. And this will get you 800,000 subs.
Bro,
as long as it's moving, that's basically it.
I literally put in more effort into my editing than this.
I put a shit ton of effort.
I don't put any.
I just find it incredible that channels like this, get so many views, but channels actually take time to actually do fucking research. What's the name of that guy? Mr. Laser History, I think. I remember he did an incredible video about, some forgotten topic about the war of a bucket or something like that. Whatever, doesn't matter. Anyway, No, those channels that actually put effort into like going to medieval fucking sources, translating that shit, actual work. They barely get anything.
Well, of course, it's because YouTube prioritizes things that they believe in, that the people who run YouTube believe in, their mythology. And this video, which is anti-monarchical and anti-Nazi, is of course, perfect. But let's see, Lady Lindsay, can we please get into the actual fucking point?
Themselves cut off from their British titles, homes, and loved ones. The Kaiser's younger sister, Margaret Landgravine of Hesse, maintained close relations with her many English cousins. In 1918, her husband, Prince Frederick Charles of Hesse, was elected King of Finland after the nation won independence from Russia. But with the German defeat and the overthrow of the aristocracy, Frederick was forced to renounce his throne after only 2 months. The war also cost the family 2 of their sons, Frederick and Maximilian, who were killed in action. During Hitler's rise, Margaret invited him to tea and flew the swastika flag over Kronberg Castle. Hitler was
because it was a diplomatic mission. Like, oh my god.
No, she genuinely was a Nazi. She actually really liked it.
Was she actually?
Yeah, she was.
Okay, well, regardless, it doesn't actually matter. I can understand why, for any reason, you invite a foreign leader, you fly their flag. They do this to this day. You fly under your own flag. I'm not sure, did she fly the flag over the Finnish flag? Oof, that's a bit of an...
She was not Finnish, she was German.
Right, but she was...
No, her husband, I think it was her husband, was elected King of Finland, but they actually never even went there. Because the war ended before it.
Oh, because they were... Yeah, it said it was, quote, he was technically King of Finland for 2 months. So,
yeah, but they never really set foot there. Okay. I mean, they started learning Finnish, that cursed language, but I don't think they ever got to finish that.
Finnish is a very... Like, when I just look at Finnish language, I'm not insulting Finns, it's just that it's like all those umlauts. It's so many. I have the right to talk
about it. I have learned that fucking language.
Really, so many
Forcefully.
so many vowels. I'm scared when I look at Finnish. It's just like, oh, there's so many vowels.
Well, Wolfgang, how hard was it to learn it?
Every time I want to talk it with someone, I still have to pick my notebook with information there. I still cannot memorize it completely.
It seems like a very difficult language to learn.
It is not an Indo-European language. That's why it's like Hungarian.
It's split. Oh no, it's Finno-Ugric, which is a split off from before. Like, it's a complete isolate language chain.
Like, for example, sometimes I don't know in English, not vogels, like the she and he. Usually, instead of that being a word in between. Sentence. I don't know in English, I'm sorry, but usually, you connect that to a word, so in the end of the word, so instead of being she, eat is eat she, for example. I mean,
the end of the word, the end of the
sentence. Yeah, and it's like connected, and that becomes one word.
You mean like a period at the end of the sentence, or question mark?
No period.
Yeah. In Japanese, it's the same thing. Like, it's actually part of the sentence. As to whether it's a question or a period or who's involved with it. It's in the grammatical stance itself. And it might be similar. I have heard that before, that Finnish and Japanese have some similarities.
Happy to use the support of Germany's old noble families, even promising some of them that he would restore their thrones when the time was right. During the war.
Again, you can literally see this. It's called pragmatism and opportunism. Hitler obviously...
that's more called lying, to be fair.
I mean, again, you can literally see this. Hitler literally had no interest. He hated the monarchy. He hated the idea of nobility, and yet he still, promised them and said, "Oh, we will return your throne. We will return your throne." And he doesn't do it because of, actual reasons why in his ideology. So if Hitler can, do this and do stuff like that, use these connections and then, throwing them in the trash when the time comes, what's so hard to think that it would not have been the same thing if what the monarchs were playing here, trying to get on Hitler's good side, but when they eventually reached their power, they would have tried to toss him out. That's still a possibility.
Princess Margaret buried her jewelry in the basement of the castle before being forced to flee by the U.S. military. The castle was used as an officers' club, and the manager, Captain Kathleen Nash, and her future husband, Colonel Jack Durant, discovered the jewels, stole them, and left Germany. When Margaret was finally able to return to dig up her fortune, she discovered it was gone and informed the authorities. Nash and Durant were arrested, but only 1/10 of the $2 million worth of jewels were recovered and returned to the former royal family. 2 more of Margaret's sons joined the Nazi Party. Prince Philip of Hesse was married to Princess Mafalda of Savoy, daughter of King Victor Emmanuel III of Italy. He became an important go-between for Hitler and the dictator of Italy, Benito Mussolini. Philip made introductions.
I literally just made a joke when she mentioned Victor Emmanuel III. That was like Wolfgang fuming right now.
Oh no, I cannot even see him. He's too small.
Aristocrats and high-ranking Nazis. He even sold some of Hitler's paintings to his wealthy friends. When Philip realized the realities of Nazism, he became disenchanted with the party and used his position on the inside to provide passports for Jews escaping Germany. His brother, Prince Christopher of Hesse, was made a director in the Third Reich's Air Force. He was married to Princess Sophie of Greece and Denmark, the sister of Prince Philip, who was at the time fighting for the British. By 1941, Hitler had begun to turn against the nobles in his ranks. He ordered that former princes could no longer hold positions in the party, state, or armed forces. Meanwhile, in Italy, Philip's father...
I'm pretty sure that the reason why Hitler
actually... One of the Kaiser's sons died. Oh, grandson, sorry.
Yeah, one of the Kaiser's sons died in battle, like during the invasion of France. And then only because of that did Hitler enact the Prince Law, where no
also in the army.
Yeah, no one of a noble lineage could serve in the army.
No, only royal lineage, because if they remove all the nobles, then we would have no generals.
Right.
Yeah.
But we're halfway through this video, and I'm still freaking wondering where the royal Nazi connection is. So get to it.
King Victor Emmanuel arrested Mussolini. Hitler was furious and blamed his allies' fall on Philip. He ordered his arrest and sent he and his wife to different concentration camps. The munitions factory next to Mafalda's camp was bombed.
Seems like the Nazis are real in favor of the aristocracy, saying the concentration camps. Okay.
Hitler despised aristocracy completely.
Obviously.
I believe I heard from somewhere that Hitler actually worked as a cleaner at a noble restaurant. It was either in Munich or Vienna, I'm not sure. And then he mentioned how the aristocracy never even noticed him, never looked at him, didn't even think he existed, and this actually began his disdain for royalty.
I'm not even a little bit surprised.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was Hitler. He had the Bavarian accent, so if he was a cleaner in Vienna, he would probably be mocked by people around.
Yeah.
On his family, Prince Christopher was planning his own escape, but he was killed in a plane crash at the age of 42. Prince Philip was liberated from Flossenberg at the end of the war. The Nuremberg trials charged him with murder, but the charges were later dropped. Queen Victoria's grandson,
this video is called Royal Nazis. Waiting for it.
Charles Edward was born 4 months after his father, Prince Leopold, died of hemophilia. He inherited his father's title, Duke of Albany, and his estate, Claremont House. Victoria was particularly fond of the only son of her favorite child, so when her son Alfred died with no male heir, she wanted to give his duchy of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. The 16-year-old prince had no desire to leave his family or his beloved England, but one couldn't really say no to Queen Victoria. Once installed in Germany, his cousin Kaiser Wilhelm took him under his wing and enrolled him in a Spartan German military academy. The English schoolboy was thoroughly transformed into a German soldier. Wilhelm handpicked his bride, Princess Victoria Adelaide of Schleswig-Holstein. At the outbreak of World War I, Charles Edward had little option but to side with the man who had made him, Kaiser Wilhelm. In 1917, the British Titles Deprivation Act stripped all titles of royalty and nobility from anyone who had taken up arms against His Majesty. Thus, Charles Edward was stripped of the title he had held since birth and exiled from his homeland. Next, he lost the Duchy of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha in the Revolution of 1918. In 1922, he received a visit from his sister and mother. They were shocked to find that the downtrodden former prince had been radicalized by the conservative nationalistic Völkisch Party. In 1932,
actually, there is a very good documentary about Karl Edward by Real Royalty, I believe that's a channel. And they actually talk about it because, like in this video we are seeing, she's talking about, she went, it was banned from England and he lost his duchy, like it was banal things. No, they were really they were very impactful for Carl Edward. He did not really have the most happiest childhood. He was kind of forced away from England. He didn't want to go. Of course, for a child, that's
it's
not
common.
Really great. And then, he goes into Germany. He becomes wholeheartedly pro-German. He tries to adapt to it as best as possible, but he also loves England. And when the war starts, he refuses to fight English soldiers. He refuses to fight on the Western Front, and so he goes to the Eastern Front. And so even after he tries to do that, because he loves England, he refuses to kill Englishmen, he's stripped out all of his English orders, he's completely stripped. And after the war, people German people go up to his castle and demand his abdication, after he gave up England to become a full proud German. That was incredibly impactful for him,
Well, yeah,
not in a good way.
Yeah, not in a good way, but when you've gone through that kind of experience wherein you've intentionally not wanted to kill who you perceive to, and who are your countrymen because of this relationship between the two monarchies, but then are treated like that by the people, I can understand Wonky would become very disenfranchised and feel...
he would feel completely betrayed, and of course it makes sense why he would get radicalized by extreme German conservative parties. It makes complete sense. It's literally human psychology 101.
Right. No mention of any of that though in this video, of course. He became radicalized for some reason. Who knows?
Yeah, he became a radical German right after he was enrolled in the military academy. That's it. That's nothing else. He always hated Britain.
Yeah, Lindsay, you might have wanted to mention that aspect, but of course not.
2. Charles Edward's daughter, Sibylla, married Prince Gustav Adolf, eldest son of the Crown Prince of Sweden. The following year, Charles joined the Nazi Party, prompted by Hitler's hints that he might restore his throne. Hitler sent the prince on diplomatic missions to Japan to meet the emperor and Washington to meet President Roosevelt. He spied
because he has inherent status. So yes, it was useful to Hitler, but it wasn't like he came to this position, as we've learned. He didn't come to this position purely out of because what everyone thinks when they hear Nazism, they think it's just all anti-Semitic racial hatred.
He wasn't really that anti-Semitic.
Well, I don't know anything about him besides what you told me, but that seems interesting.
The thing is about him is that
her perspective on it. Just her perspective on it, which is to leave out all of that, because she hasn't looked into it, most assuredly, to leave out all of that relevant information. And as to why they would send him to meet with the Japanese and to meet with the Americans is because as a aristocrat, as a royal, there is an associated amount of respect.
He's a bit more prestige than Gunther from the local sausage seller.
Exactly.
Yeah, because he actually knows how to. He actually was taught in proper manners since birth, like how to talk to people and how to talk to other aristocrats. So he would literally have no problem at all actually talking to a fellow monarch like Hirohito or even the president. But of course, like as Wolfgang said, like a random minister who grew up selling sausages on the street is obviously not going to be a good fit for that.
Exactly. That's why he was used for this purpose.
I just find the portrayal of Carl Edward character in this video kind of extremely disappointing, because he by himself is already an extremely weak character, both be it political, psychological, even historical. And to just boil down I get the video is not about him, but at least, mention a few things, even if it's superficial, it wouldn't hurt, I guess, considering...
No, but it's an anti-monarchy video, on some level, so she's not going to look into that stuff. She's read this off of Wikipedia, and she's not going to dig any deeper than she would have to get her feet wet in. That's about it. You don't want to go deeper than that.
Funeral of his cousin, King George V. While there, he met with the new King Edward VIII in order to build his budding friendship with Hitler. Hitler made Charles Edward head of the German Red Cross, which meant that he almost certainly knew about the Aktion T4 euthanasia program, during which over 10,000 mentally ill and disabled people were killed.
Yeah, which is terrible.
That is debatable, actually. Because officially he was the head, but in reality, it was just a figurehead.
Which is another major issue here, is that oftentimes figureheads in these kinds of organizations, they don't know what happens underneath of them, which is unfortunate. But either way, I mean, this is, of course, it was disgusting beyond.
I mean, there's also the thing that
words.
I don't, as far as I know, because at least, I've looked into this. I mean, there might have come some information recently that I don't know, because every now and then new stuff comes out. But the last time I knew, which was, I looked into this, it was like 2-3 years ago. As far as I know, Karl Edward was mostly unaware. There's a possibility he was aware, but as far as I know, we have not really found documents that prove that, without a doubt. As far as I know, right. I may be wrong.
But that's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, but of course, Lindsay instantly assumes he must have known just because he was the quote-unquote head.
I mean, if he did know, it is horrible. But I think it is a stretch to say that he did know for a definitive fact without any evidence to support that.
And after the horrors of Kristallnacht, November 9th, 1938, when thousands of Jewish-owned businesses were vandalized and 3,000 Jewish men were taken to concentration camps, there could be no illusions about the brutal intentions of the regime. In 1939, Hitler invaded Poland, and Britain declared war yet again. But now the prince was too old to fight. 3 of his sons served, and one, Hubertus, was killed in action. Charles Edward remained faithful to Hitler, despite the many atrocities he committed. By the end of the war, 11 million people had been murdered by the Nazis. When the war was all but lost, Hitler sent a telegram with concern for the prince, saying that he should not fall into enemy hands. Days later, the Fuhrer committed suicide rather than face capture and punishment for his crimes. Charles Edward was arrested and charged with crimes against humanity. His age and infirmity allowed him to avoid imprisonment, but he was sentenced to pay heavy fines, which left him impoverished. By
the way, he was also completely, almost fully senile. We couldn't even remember his name by this point.
Hence why, nice admission. She did say that he was senile and infirm, but you should say that you should include, Lindsay, that, if you didn't know even who he was or where he was, that's why he had been old and senile the entire time. So, or for a period before this. So, kind of important context there. Not saying it absolves him, but still.
He watched the coronation of his cousin, Queen Elizabeth II of the UK, in a local cinema. He died of cancer the following year at age 69.
One interesting fact that I think it's worth mentioning is that he died in the same in the bed from England on purpose. His last wish was that he wanted to die in this small piece of England. Even at that age, he is basically a tragedy.
But that's going to help her. That would help her bizarre point that somehow the British royal family is somehow involved with the Nazis, even though, and by the way, I don't know where her point is because she hasn't made it yet. And as the title Royal Nazis, where?
But first of all, if she is not even going to make that connection later on, it's just about Prussian German royals serving by the Nazis, then if that's the case, literally, what was the point of showing that footage? Yeah.
Well, let's see, because I mean, so far there's been absolutely nothing. I don't use the restroom real quick because and tell me if she finally comes to the goddamn reason why she starts the freaking video.
No, we'll wait for you.
No, it'll take me 1 second because
all right.
Right here, so.
Okay.
His grandson, Karl XVI Gustav, is the current king of Sweden. Not all the German royals who lost their thrones followed Hitler's siren song of reestablishing their monarchies. George, Crown Prince of Saxony, became a Catholic priest after his father lost his throne. He gave numerous public lectures in opposition to the Nazis, stating love is the order of the day to our Jewish fellow citizens. He helped many Jews escape the country. George was shadowed by the Gestapo, and in 1943, he died while swimming in a lake in Berlin. The death was ruled an accident, but many, including his father, believed he had been murdered. Ruprecht, Crown Prince of Bavaria, was the son of the King of Bavaria and a popular war hero. He strongly disliked Hitler and told his distant cousin, King George V of the UK, over lunch that he thought he was insane. A plan to make Ruprecht dictator of Bavaria in opposition to Hitler gained public support, but never came to pass. The prince and his family became targets of the Gestapo and fled to Hungary. The Nazis invaded Hungary and arrested his wife, children, and grandchildren. They were taken to Dachau concentration camp, where they suffered for 7 months until they were liberated at the end of the war. His wife, Princess Antonia, never recovered from the ordeal and died in Switzerland a few months later at the age of 54. Ruprecht spoke to the American authorities about having his throne restored and assured them that he would be their ally as he rebuilt southern Germany. They declined, but General Eisenhower provided a special plane to fly the crown prince back to Munich. He died there 10 years later and was given the state funeral of a monarch. Ernst August, Duke of Brunswick, was the son and heir of the Crown Prince of Hanover. He married...
Right now, all the people are anti-Nazis.
Yeah, I don't understand this. So, okay, what? All right, keep going.
Kaiser Wilhelm's only daughter, Princess Victoria. Their wedding in 1913 was the last time Kaiser Wilhelm, King George V, and Tsar Nikolai of Russia met before declaring war. 2 imprisoned British spies were released by Germany as a wedding present. Ernst served as a major general in the German army during World War I. He was a great-grandson of King George III of the UK and was stripped of his British title, Duke of Cumberland, along with the Hanoverian throne. Regardless, he and his wife still valued their British family ties and pushed for reconciliation with the UK after the war. Adolf Hitler asked the couple to arrange a marriage between their daughter Frederica and Edward, the Prince of Wales, but they refused to do Hitler's bidding, especially since the prince was 23 years older than their daughter. She instead married her cousin, Paul, and became Queen of Greece. But Hitler was
What's the fucking point of this? What is the fucking point?
Why, okay. Why your video is literally titled Royal Nazis.
And yet at every step we find, with some minor exceptions of people slightly related, and they are related, but who are not directly in line for monarchic lineage, being somewhat involved with the Nazis, who were not treated with the best respect, by the way, because Hitler hated monarchies. Where is the fucking evidence? Why is this video called Royal Nazis? Because so far we've seen that all of the royals were opposed.
Because this is literally the definition of misleading. Like, if she worded the title of the video a little bit differently, like, for example, how did German nobles react to Hitler?
And the Nazis? There you go.
But
the Nazis.
But if you have the title Royal Nazis, people expect you to exclusively talk and in detail about those royals that did support Hitler. But right now she's actually listing off more royals that were against Hitler than supporting.
I find it incredible that she doesn't even list like the most famous like pro-Nazi royals like Prince Josias.
It's fascinating. She starts out the video with some pretty things that seem excoriating against the British royal family. Oh, look at this video of a 6-year-old Elizabeth II giving a Nazi salute way before any of the things that happened in World War II happened. It's just absolutely. This is propaganda. There's no other way of saying it. It's propaganda.
To get the Prince of Wales under his influence through another woman. In 1936, King George V died, and his eldest son became King Edward VIII. The 41-year-old was obsessed with his mistress, American Wallis Simpson, and he wanted to make her queen. But as she was twice divorced, Wallis was not considered an acceptable royal consort. Secret government documents...
Nothing. It was just a dumb joke.
Oh, okay.
Published decades later, revealed another compelling reason the government had for keeping Wallis away from the throne. She was a Nazi sympathizer. While she was seeing the prince,
how is this?
I have a lot to say regarding sympathizer.
Okay.
But the thing is, Wallis Simpson is, how do I put it in a nice term? A social climber.
Yeah.
You know?
There's nobody in the modern British royalty who would who's an American who might fit that kind of description.
Well, depending on what is Meghan's actual relationship with Harry, because we don't really know that yet. maybe she might be slightly better because Wallis never even loved Edward. Actually, like she loved the King of England. And as you can imagine, when Edward abdicated the throne for her, things went a bit down. You know, she made everything in her power to try to get Edward, and she never really loved him. She treated him like garbage. I guess that's the best way to put it.
She wanted power, and then he's like, "Well, I love you, so I'll abdicate so I can be with you." And then,
No, you fucking idiot!
I mean, Edward had a bit I think, in my opinion, I think he enjoyed, a bit that being downgraded. That was the core thing that he had with Wallis. Wallis always treated him below him. And after Edward abdicates the throne, you cannot really say no anymore. The guy gave the throne for you.
I mean, can you imagine? There is nothing in this whole freaking world greater to give up for a woman than to give up a country, a nation. And at this point, one of the most powerful nations on planet Earth for a woman. And she goes, not really interested anymore.
Oh, no, she was interested. She was very interested. Is that Edward wasn't that much. And that's basically why the marriage fell apart after the abdication. Because she didn't want to be married to Edward.
Like this is literally a cartoon plot.
It is.
Like she wants to marry him because of his status and power,
as king.
But he instead gives up that power just to be with her.
I know.
But return to the main point. Because she's a social club, she kind of was banging everyone, including the German minister in London. So
really?
Yeah, she probably was. There's a very big possibility she was banging Ribbentrop. And, I don't think that's called Nazi sympathizers.
She was banging? Oh, jeez.
There is a possibility. We don't know for sure.
Oh, man, the connections to Meghan Markle here are astonishing. Because, we're different position, different kind of social norms nowadays. But if it had been the case with Harry of being like, sure, I'll abdicate my position. Not like he's in line for the throne anyway, directly. I mean,
he's the king.
Not Meghan Markle, not Harry.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Sorry, what's or am I getting them confused? Charles is the king. Harry is the one making
the second.
Sorry, we're talking about the first Harry here. Harry currently. Would I think that? Could you imagine if Harry had been interested in Meghan Markle? Am I got the right one? I always get the names. I'm very bad with names. And then said, "Oh, Meghan, I'll abdicate from all my royal responsibilities and leave the royal family so that we can be together because the royals, as she has claimed, are so racist." You think she'd stick around? Think she'd be happy with that? No, I don't think so. It's about being a princess for a lot of these women. I'm sorry, it is part of it.
I mean, basically.
Hence why you keep shit within monarchies. Don't marry commoners because there's no social mobility aspect to it then. There is an aspect of social mobility, but still.
Yeah, but the English government was very afraid that she would, while she was banging Ribbentrop, give away state secrets. That was the main concern. Yeah. Or that Ribbentrop would get into state secrets through her because she was, That was the main concern, not really because she was, very sympathetic to Nazis. I mean, probably she didn't care as well,
Well, she fucked von Ribbentrop, I'm not surprised.
She probably fucked a communist party as well, considering her life.
She was also having an affair with the German ambassador,
there it is,
Ribbentrop, whom Hitler had sent to. She was also having an affair with the German ambassador, Joachim von Ribbentrop, whom Hitler had sent to seduce her. Wallis shared tactical secrets with Ribbentrop.
Imagine sending somebody to seduce.
That's basically medieval history.
True.
And he sent her 17 carnations every day to represent the number of times they had slept together. Wallis didn't have a hard time talking Edward over to the Nazi way of thinking. The prince firmly believed in eugenics.
You're not making me think that the royals were supportive of the Nazis. You're making me just more supportive of the idea that women shouldn't have positions of power. Just, whispering in his ear every day. Okay, whatever. Sorry, this is not the own you think it is, lady.
And had expressed racist views.
Go ahead.
No, let her finish for a second.
Yeah.
since his youth.
But about the eugenics and the racism, I just want to say that is a very common thing. Actually, not so common. Like, by the 1930s, it was kind of dying down. But if you go back like 10 years, 1920s and 1910s, that was incredibly
It was endemic. It was endemic.
Like Churchill also had those views, for example. You know, that was like primary, like a very common belief in English middle to high society. You know, especially eugenics.
Yeah. Well, eugenics was a very popular theory amongst everybody in the early 1900s. You can call it racist, but again, it's presentism to say like, well, people in the past believed this thing. Well, people in the past believed in trepanning. Okay, so it's pointless navel gazing. It really has no relevance, and it's I wouldn't call it historical revisionism, but it's looking at history from a modern perspective and from modern sensibilities that is just unuseful. And truly, there is nothing about this kind of perspective that is useful or relevant for understanding history.
Prime Minister gave the king an ultimatum: give up Wallace or give up the crown. Edward chose Wallace and announced his abdication to a shocked nation after just 11 months on the throne. His younger brother became King George VI. Edward and Wallace married in a small ceremony in France. In October 1937, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor visited Nazi Germany and met Adolf Hitler. They were hosted by Prince Charles Edward and shown a marvelous time full of pomp and ceremony. Hitler mourned the abdication of the king who would have been an ally to him and the Nazi cause.
Under what perspective? I mean, that's a supposition. You're supposing that, but he abdicates. So the title again is contradictory because it wasn't about. Obviously, the story is that he wanted to fuck this bitch. Like it wasn't about Hitler. It wasn't about Nazism. So he wanted to fuck this bitch. He was like, well, I'm not cut out for the crown. Which, by the way, is why you have multiple children as a monarch, and it's something I respect. If you realize, whoa, dude, despite my entire life being raised for this position, I'm not cut out for it. I am all on board with people saying nope. And that is something you only see in monarchs. You do not see in democratically elected leaders. They don't go, ooh, shoot, I've been put into a serious position of power. Now I think I probably should leave it because I'm clearly not cut out for it. When have we seen that? Almost never.
Well, to be fair, Edward didn't really... he considered other, let's call it, entry points more important than whatever he was fit or not. But I mean, I kind of can get where she's coming from, you know, because Hitler had Hitler had all the old dreams about invading Britain, Operation Sea Lion, and he kind of believed that Edward was pro-Nazi. When I mean, honestly, Edward probably couldn't give much of a fuck. I suppose.
From what I remember, Hitler actually wanted to have an alliance with Britain.
He did.
Yes.
And the thing is, also Hitler viewed the British monarchy as like this institution that had more power than it actually had. You know, because he thought that because Edward is like doesn't give a shit, and that he kind of looks, he's a playboy, so he kind of seems more pro-German when he's with us because just playboy. He kind of will be more pro-German. But the thing is that Edward actually, he started off when he was king. He actually was quite very anti-appeasement. Like, for example, he actually had, to be fair, he was a bit contradicting because he had both spoken against and for, appeasement in the Rhine militarization, 1936. But the German just didn't give a shit. And after he abdicated, when he went to Germany in this visit, there's this thing, where Hitler treated, because it was not a state visit, it was not a diplomatic, it was like a private visit. And Hitler made a lot of use to that because he treated the Duke, in this case Edward, like he was a king. Which was, what Edward wanted to give to Wallace, because Edward's entire world became Wallace for some fucking reason. Don't ask me that. But yeah. And he tried to charm his way into making Edward, this bargaining chip, which kind of debatable.
Right. Easier Togo Trash in the chat says only Washington, Jefferson, and Grant. With the case of Grant, that was because his presidency was abysmal. In Washington and Jefferson, it was because people wanted him to run for third terms. That was why they abdicated their position. And it's very different, the American Republican system in the time of Washington and Jefferson versus now. You don't find any American Republican or American democratically elected president who abdicates. Because there's nothing on the line for them. There is on the line for monarchs.
That is Nixon.
Nixon gives but that again is because of huge corruption scandals. He resigns the presidency because of the corruption scandals, and as was the case with Grant, was because he was a terrible president. So you don't find a lot of that. Whereas we're talking about this period of time, early 1900s. Into the mid 1900s, you don't find presidents abdicating besides Nixon, who does, Grant's late 1800s. So he would have been the one in the late 1800s. When did Grant abdicate? We're not abdicate. Sorry, that's a monarchistic term. When did he resign? It doesn't matter. I was just pointing out something that was a bit of a differentiation between monarchies and democratically elected leaders.
Also, one more thing, this entire Edward VIII situation can literally be summed up in this one sentence, which goes like, I know what happens to people. I know what happens to people who I know what no pussy does to a man, but from what I have seen, but I have seen what pussy does to a man, and it's much worse.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, ironically speaking, Edward and Wallis never consummated their marriage in the end of the day.
Really?
Yeah, they never really.
Literal fucking cuck.
No. Actually, yeah. I'm not sure. They never had children. I'm not sure if they actually tried, couldn't, or if they actually couldn't. I think I've read somewhere, but I may be wrong.
The fact that they didn't have children doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't consummate, but it is interesting.
I remember reading somewhere vaguely something about that. I may be wrong, so take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
To the people suffering and dying around them. They left occupied France to vacation in Spain and Portugal. They requested the Nazis look after their French villas, and Wallis even asked that her favorite bathing suit be couriered to her across the war zone by American soldiers.
Were these people in charge?
I mean, I know the Nazis had a plan to kidnap them in Spain, but I never heard about the requests. That's new to me. I would like to have a source to read on that.
Well, I've not heard these requests either, but this is after he abdicates, so who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
So who gives a shit?
Putting Edward back on the throne became a central part of the Nazis' plan for their conquest of the UK.
Well, he didn't.
There was even a plot to kidnap him and make him a puppet king. Prime Minister Winston Churchill needed to get Edward off the continent, but he didn't want him in the UK making waves with his pro-fascist views. So, in 1940, he appointed Edward governor of the Bahamas.
But he's agreeing with Hitler because he's like, he doesn't want to be involved with the monarchy. Obviously, he doesn't want anything to do with it. That's why he abdicates. So oh my god, this is so incredibly pedantic.
To be fair, I definitely do believe that, he did give up the throne for Wallis, but he was suddenly offered a throne again while keeping Wallis, I don't think he would necessarily decline.
I mean, he eventually came to regret the abdication decision. Although I'm not I don't think he did so during World War II, because very close time period. But I know for sure after World War II, especially around the time of the death of his brother Joseph VI, and when Elizabeth was coronated, he definitely at that time was definitely regretting the decision. So much so that he advised Charles, the current king, to not he kind of advised him to keep. Pursue what he wants, but never abdicate, give up the throne, because that was his worst decision in his life. But I mean, that was already by that point that his marriage with Wallis was completely destroyed. There was nothing left.
I mean, well, obviously, imagine you've been trained since birth into being the monarch of the British Empire, which at this point is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, political force on Earth besides America. and the Nazis, but one of the absolute most powerful forces, most powerful empires on Earth. You give that shit up because you wanted to bang this bitch, and then you realize, oh, it's not that great.
I mean,
loyal.
The thing is, watching his niece coronation was a very. I wish I could see into his head to see where he stops.
I know, but we can't. Unlike Lindsay here, we're not going to engage in solipsism because we know we can't understand what he was thinking. We can hypothesize, but I wouldn't make a video where I would never make a video like this, where I'm just engaging in a bunch of mind reading and pretending that I know what other people in history thought about things. And I'm still waiting. We've got 4 minutes left. Where is it? Where's the Nazi royals?
This whole entire video is a scam.
Sorry?
This whole entire video is a scam.
Yeah, it is. It really fucking is.
Views and called the island a third-class colony. The couple were monitored by both British and American spies to make sure they didn't do anything to seriously undermine the war effort. Edward told friends that he thought the Roosevelts and the Jews were to blame for the war, and that I never thought Hitler was such a bad chap.
I don't care.
Next to Edward in that footage of the royal family giving Nazi salutes was the wife of Edward's brother, the future Queen Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon. In 1933, she would not have known what the Nazi Party would become, or the horror and murder that gesture would come to represent. But she would soon wise up. She read Hitler's book, Mein Kampf, and found it disturbing. After Edward abandoned his duty...
So what's the point of this video? Why did you start it like that? Oh my god. Oh, sweet.
This is literally the definition of clickbait.
It's clickbait.
What was Wikipedia clickbait?
I'm actually angry now. I can't believe now coming full circle, waiting for 27 minutes for the answer to this goddamn question of the royal Nazis, that you started out with the implication that Elizabeth II was a Nazi because she did a salute, a Roman salute, as a 6-year-old child. And you come to the conclusion, oh, she was anti-Nazi? Yeah, because you know what? They went to war with them? I can't.
Remember, these are the people who have 800,000 subscribers.
Yeah, she's got something like 800,000 subs. And this is her video. It's clickbait. It's nothing.
And George VI became king. He and Elizabeth worked steadfastly to fight the Nazis. They both tirelessly traveled the country to keep up morale, and they refused to leave London even after Buckingham Palace was bombed and they narrowly escaped. Hitler saw the British Queen's popularity as a serious threat and called her the most dangerous woman. What was the point of the video then? After World War II was won and Hitler defeated, the royals hit new heights of popularity. On November 20th, 1947, Princess Elizabeth married Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark.
How is this relevant?
His family had lost their throne when he was a baby. Philip had been raised in England by his grandmother, but his 4 older sisters were brought up on the continent, and all were married to German princes. Margrethe, Cecilie, and Sophie joined the Nazi Party, and their husbands all played roles in the party or the military, while Theodora and her husband tried to distance themselves from the Nazis. Philip served in the British Navy and was a decorated war hero, but Elizabeth's parents were still wary of the future queen marrying the brother-in-law.
Honestly, at this point, do we even have to finish it?
No, you know what? I think I'm done.
Okay, you know what? I think we deserve to give our audience an apology for literally 2 hours wasted on
it
clickbait.
Was 2 hours wasted on
2 hours already?
Yeah, on legitimate fucking clickbait. How does this woman have 700,000 subs? Why can I tell you why? Clickbait game on point. So, what would you guys like to do next? We have the one that you just posted more recently. The socialism always fails is a stupid argument. That was one, and then I have the ones from.
And then the one I initially recommended. Okay, so let me find it. Okay.
This gave me an aneurysm, man. This was so stupid.
Okay, and then where the hell is it? I know.
While you're looking for it, let me read all the super chats. The ones I missed last night, were Amazon for $2 says bring back the medieval guild system. Galactic Emperor Schlerm for 2 says, unions protect the most useless workers. Supreme Emperor Keza says, Aiden Spoon, Google Michelle Moten, and look at what she did in 1980 in a male-dominant sport. Do it, and feminists can shut up. Yeah, I have heard of Michelle Moten. Thank you, Keza. I know that you wanted me to read that super chat last night. Dear T.S. King also said, Trigun, the original, is the best anime, and Spoon would like it. I do think Spoon would like Trigun. He's never going to watch it. Junebug for 2 says, hi, you two. Good morning. Thank you, Junebug. Keza for £5 says, rule Britannia, rules the waves. These Marxists should always be slaves. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Car
How's
stream
the Navy's
next week?
budget?
Yeah, I think next week we can do the car stream, yeah. Thank you, Keza. Dutchman for €6 says, if any of you are interested in World War II and Nazi ideology, ways of thinking, I recommend the channel Tick History. I actually was going to mention Tick History at some point during the stream. Before this, I love Tick History. Yeah, he does good work on the subject. He does fantastic work on the subject. Thank you, Dutchman. Feinberg and Horwitz for 10 says, why? I missed the start again. Post schedules for God's sake. I know I should. When we do kind of, we'll have to make a schedule for when we do this stuff. These particular streams.
Tick History generally makes really good videos.
Yes, he does.
I will give props to him because he everything he says, it puts the source in the bottom of the screen. Mm-hmm. I consider that incredible. Even if I don't agree with most of his some of his points, I will give him props to that work ethic, I guess you can call it. That format. Or just if you say something, you have the source down there.
But that's what I do.
It actually inspired my video style now, where after several months where I started actually putting down sources for the stuff I say down in the bottom, in the corner. I first started off with just quotes. I only give actual sources when I put up quotes of people saying stuff, but now it's evolved to more to while I also give the sources to quotes, I also give sources to some actual more serious points and things I say in my videos, things I do consider important, while the rest of the stuff I say can be found in the primary sources I always list in my description. So I think it's pretty effective.
It's funny, when you sent me some videos before we started the stream of somebody who apparently, someone with 100 subs, who has made 2 videos debunking my content that I have not had a chance to watch because I saw them right before we started the stream, just saw that they exist. And looking at the comments, it seems that, and I skimmed through the videos very quickly, they did not provide counter sources. They just said I didn't know how to read the source, which is, I'll have to watch them because that's it's not accurate. And the comments were people saying I should not be able to have a place in academia, I need to be fired, and it's well, okay, we'll see. I did notice from just my skimming through those 2 videos that you sent to me was that they didn't provide any of their own sources. So that's
amazing.
Curious. They just said that, and then they just kind of highlighted. I also noticed this. They highlighted from me skimming. They highlighted the conclusion and introductory segments, not the actual research itself, because they don't know how to read a graph. I don't know. I haven't listened to it yet. But when I see that you're putting up my graphs and my data outputs from my videos, and then you're going into the academic literature and citing what their conclusions were, that's not how you do that. I don't care what the academics concluded in their own research, because I looked at the numbers. That's the difference. We are not the same. I looked at the numbers and said, I don't think that means what you think it means. That is the difference between you and I. I'm an independent thinker in that I can say, I looked at your study. You may have said whatever the fuck you thought it meant, but I can see the actual numbers. Sorry, bit of a tangent. I'll have to respond to those videos.
Have we gone through all the super chats?
Just a couple more, and then we'll go back into it. Do you want to watch this? How Nazism survived in Germany?
Okay. So I would say, we're gonna do it like this. Before you read the other super chats, we put faith in democracy again.
Let's do a democracy.
Okay. So folks, I'm gonna present you the 2 videos we have for you to choose from.
I have quite a few actually, because we have ones from last time that we didn't get through.
Yeah,
we didn't get 2. Excuse me.
Yeah, but right now we're gonna do these 2 which I recommended. Okay, so the first video we have is from this guy called Bestie Marks, of course, a Tankie, where it's titled "How Nazism Survived in Germany," not Germany's becoming re-Nazified again. The Nazis are on the rise. Also, half an hour long. That's going to be the first option, and then the second option is going to be from our boy Hakim. Hakim. It's actually pronounced Hakim.
Oh, my bad. I don't care.
and where his video is titled "Socialism Always Fails is a Stupid Argument," and I think he's going to go over some socialist countries and such. And those are the two videos we have to offer you guys. So put democracy to work right now. We want to see democracy work for the first time.
The Hakim video is a little bit shorter. It's not a little bit. It's half as long. It's 16 minutes, whereas the other one is 30 minutes long. Or how long is it again? It's 27 minutes. So, they are neck and neck right now. Look at democracy in action. So I'm willing to do either one. I think we are in a sort of Nazi discussion here. I'm so disappointed in that first video. There was no conclusion. She never made the freaking point.
I guess she didn't read the conclusion page on Wikipedia.
I guess not. I'm so frustrated by people who make videos like that. And again, this woman has 3 times the amount of subs that I do.
8 times.
On my main channel. 4 times the amount of subs I do. For doing what? Reading Wikipedia?
I'm more annoyed that there's actually good history channels that get
and
less
her voice is cringe.
200,000.
Spoon, you're alive. You're
alive.
Read
documents.
Spoon said he might not be super prescient. I'm assuming he's working on something. But
I'm writing a script about why people are cringing gay.
Well, I mean, true. Well, here you have a lot of examples. That first video
it's Hollywood cringing gay.
Awful. Oh, Hollywood.
Yeah. I have nothing but examples for that. I don't need any evidence.
So far, socialism always fails, is stupid, is winning.
I want to watch that. I'm curious as to what their arguments are going to be.
You know what? I do too. It doesn't.
Let me guess. Capitalism embargo equals socialism falls. Because socialism needs capitalism. They have not realized the implication of that argument.
I mean, in my latest video, I literally discussed how Lenin quite literally threw in the towel and allowed a foreign Swedish bank to handle his finances. And then when they were so successful at scamming the Weimar Republic out of money, Lenin literally allowed them to have a private bank in Moscow, which was completely immune to nationalization.
Very curious.
You know what's very bizarre about socialism?
Go ahead.
The people who don't like monarchies, the socialists, they want the exact same thing that we do in a king, but just with more power and more benevolence.
Well, they assume the benevolence.
Yes, but that's my whole point. Is like, okay, so let me get this straight. You think kings can't be benevolent, but you want to give the state more power than any king that we would ever dream of giving, and yet somehow have all of your morals. That's so unworkably insane.
With no connection to the country.
I don't even understand how on earth you could possibly conceive of that in any human being. Like, even Jesus Christ can't achieve this shit. It's just so absurd. Like, it's a child's notion of human nature. Like, anyone who advocates for socialism, I would instantly tell me, you don't know how humans work. You've never left your own country. You've probably left your own province. You've never spoken to anyone outside of
your country. You've never left the bloody mom's basement.
Exactly,
yes. And it's the reason why if anyone tells me that they're a socialist or they're just left-leaning, my mind instantly goes, you don't understand human psychology in any capacity, because if you did, you couldn't. There's no way in hell you could possibly be a socialist. Oh, fuck off, science.
All I do is study science, and the science doesn't back up their silly beliefs. So the actual science, in terms of like actual research.
Why does socialism? By the way, Lava, you know that guy I sent you, the Twitter guy who I said, let's see what he says.
Yeah.
He basically just said, here's why monarchies fail, and I said to him, can you tell me why socialism works? He still hasn't responded.
Of course not. Of course not.
Also, like I would say my best argument on communism is like this. Okay, imagine you are Karl Marx. Imagine you're Karl Marx. You say that capitalism.
I'm a filthy Jew. Sorry, go on.
You say that capitalism doesn't work because people are greedy, but then you say that communism works because people won't be greedy.
Right.
How does anyone unironically believe in communism?
It's a watch James and Z and take history stuff.
It has really good propaganda.
It's a cult. No, it's a religious cult. Let me hit these other super chats, and then it seems like, and while I'm hitting them, we'll wait for the poll there to finish. But DRT's King for 5 says the Free Court were based and a truly great force for the Germans. If only they took the next step after the Spartakade was stomped out. I probably pronounced that wrong.
Spartakists, the Bavarian no, that was Rosa Luxemburg.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Lamented Guide for 5
So the only reason I say the thing with the socialists is if you guys have ever, if you go to like any lefty website, like whether it be like, the most extreme examples I can think of, like American Prospect or the New Republic or The Nation or Salon, if you really want to go deep shit, and you read their stuff, you would get the impression these people have never spoken to anyone outside of like a news reporter room. Like it's so, the propaganda is so bad. I'm reading, I go, who actually believes this? Like seriously, it's really just shitty propaganda, for lack of a better phrase. I'm sorry, I can't come up with a more what's the word I'm looking for?
But you're
fanciful way of saying that. But it's my mind just goes, this is just shit. For lack of a more articulate way of saying that.
Yeah.
It's just bollocks.
Lamented Guide for 5 says, "Oh gee, thank you YouTube for not giving me a notification. Hey, Crown Crew, what's on the menu? It appears that it's going to be socialism always fails is a stupid argument." And then Tato Chip for €2
I have received a brain hemorrhage.
I don't like her accent or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
it's still kind of American or Canadian.
It's like a Valley Girl version of yours.
Oh God, why would you say that to me?
Because someone in the chat said so.
Oh really?
Yes, and it's true.
So this is an amazing point here. My family were the part of rescue of the King and Princess of Denmark right at the end of the Third Reich. Oh, that's interesting. It is interesting. Thank you, Cole Summers. Let's watch then. Okay. Socialism has always failed as a stupid argument.
Rigged.
Love.
I know. I thought that it would be thematically appropriate if we moved on to the how Nazism survived in Germany. Because I have watched part of that video, by the way.
Yeah, I understand.
Less than a split second into
this
video,
is democracy.
I feel like I'm gonna mock this guy's accent.
You chose it, Lavada. You get the democracy.
There we go.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, before we get into this guy is an Iraqi Marxist.
Iraqi?
Yeah, he's an Iraqi Marxist, and he also.
I'm surprised that he even has internet in the first place.
Yeah, how?
And I think I'm pretty sure he lives in a Western country.
Of course.
No shit.
And also this guy, by the way,
if he was still in Iraq, he'd be shagging goats.
He, by the way, said on Twitter like something along the lines of, "Oh, all the evil American soldiers who are in Iraq," but then he unironically had the balls and say that, but all the people of color, Mexicans, they're all being lied to. They don't know what they're doing. Like,
oh my God. What? So everyone's stupid but me.
Yeah, wait. Okay, wait. Give me like a minute. I'm about to find that exact quote. What he is saying. It's in my community page. I posted on my community page. Here it is. Okay, this is what he said. Quote: "The only people I've genuinely ever felt bad for are the poor Black, Hispanic, Indigenous sent into these senseless wars. They were made to carry the injustice and violence of empire affecting them every day at home and impose it on an innocent population abroad." Does he realize people volunteered for the Iraq War?
Yeah. He doesn't, and he has no sympathy for the white people who did that. Only for the Black, Brown, and Indigenous who did. Okay.
Wait, so what about the Irish? Are they like color or not? Is that like changed again? What about the Italians? Didn't they were considered of color before?
Well, we're gonna need to ask Spoon about the Irish stuff.
Oh God. Do not make me pretend to care about Spud.
Also, another FYI, Hakim also once advocated for the ethnic cleansing of Kurds because they were too reactionary.
Oh, that's kind of crazy.
Whoa. Okay.
I mean, that's a new reason, I suppose. That breaks with the traditional pro-Kurdistan Marxists, so that's a nice change for once.
That's certainly a take. Anywho, let's get into Hakim's video. That's some good background to know about this guy's positions on things. Okay. Let's
go. Picture of Lenin. That's not very hard.
Yeah.
Hello.
He starts out by saying every failing of socialist nationalism of a socialist nation is based on it being socialist. No failing of a capitalist nation is ever based on it being capitalist. Is it your quote? Because he didn't. There's no citation here, so that's your quote. By the way, that's hilarious because that's incorrect on every possible fucking imaginable capacity. No. Okay.
I mean, Marx wrote like 2 books about the second sentence.
Right. But okay. Your hero Marx, has written entire books on this.
Yeah.
Tons of socialists have written books on this.
Okay, let's let him cook this time.
Let's let him cook.
We hear the argument fairly often, but insert ex-socialist country failed, or socialism has never been successful. Honestly, it's a strange argument to make. Let's humor this probably real person in your life, though. Firstly, how would
Yes, truth is very, very strange to you people.
they define socialism, or capitalism for that matter? Norway isn't socialist, for example. For ease, a capitalist country is one with private ownership of the means of production, meaning factories, land, capital, etc., market...
Hang on. Norway is still a capitalist country. They have a socialized health system. What are you talking about?
They're a social democrat.
Yeah, they have some socialized systems, but they're still a capitalistic country.
I didn't get this about American, the more how do you call it, I remember seeing people people in universities, videos of American students that go oh, Denmark is socialist and whatnot. When they people that don't even know where the fuck Greenland is in the map, saying that half of Europe is socialist, and no, we just have a social democratic.
Yes, and also social democracy is very different from a socialist system.
This is the thing. Socialist to America means basically having a welfare state. That's all.
I want to add on to that Norway's economic system is based off of the Nordic model, which is actually based off of corporatism. Actually, a branch of corporatism. Corporatism with social democratic principles called social corporatism, where and in sense corporatism is basically a mix of both socialism and capitalism. It's inherent like a third positionist system. But I would digress and say it is definitely leaning a bit more towards the socialist side, but nonetheless it still has many capitalist characteristics. And the central point of corporatism is that all classes, like higher, lower, middle, they all, instead of it being like a class war, they instead all cooperate together in the name of one common goal, which is to improve and make the nation better.
And also something that is so important to point out is that this works in where? Norway? What is a unique aspect of Norway? It's largely culturally homogenous.
White.
And
they have oil drilling.
They do, and they have a lot of oil, but it's not just Norway. Look at Sweden as well. A lot of these Nordic countries and the Nordic models, why do they work in Scandinavian countries? Well, Scandinavian countries also have a very long ancestral and traditional history of janteloven. I always bring this up because it is important. Janteloven is that you are not to think that you are better than anyone else. That's the core tenet of the laws of Jante. You're not to get a big head. And that is a cultural product of the Scandinavian of most Scandinavian cultures is janteloven. So socialism, socialistic practices make much more sense, and they work far better and are more well integrated into Scandinavian countries because of janteloven. The rest of the world does not have janteloven. It doesn't have this cultural norm that, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say anything nice about. I don't want to get a big head. I don't want to promote myself. I'm just part of the social structure. I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, but it's unique to Scandinavia.
And that also means just because a system, for example, works for one country, it doesn't necessarily mean it will work for the other.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
exactly.
Okay, let's continue with the video.
Yep.
Mechanisms as a major determining force in the economy and wage labor. The prototypical example of this is the United States. A socialist country is one where private property is heavily restricted, if not outright abolished. We're not talking about personal property here. The means of production are...
Are you sure? I hate this claim. Your personal property. What, like my toothbrush? They always say, "Oh, I'll take your toothbrush." Well, what if I use my toothbrush to make money? What if I run a YouTube channel where what I do is show myself brushing my teeth? Well, then all of a sudden, my property, my personal property, has now become private property because it's used as a part of a means of income production, and therefore it's owned by the state. So even my toothbrush could be confiscated under such a practice. So fuck off. But let's hear him out.
Collectively and democratically owned by society through cooperatives and the state, there is some form of...
Wait, by that logic, if you're a prostitute, does that mean that the state owns your body?
Yeah.
Now, that sounds kind of fucked up.
A national economic plan. And
that, yeah.
What did Bill just say?
Sorry, let's go back a second, because we covered this. But you're right, though. Is that if you are a prostitute, you're selling your body, and your body is your means of production.
Yeah.
For you to make
the state would own you then.
For you to make a profit, then therefore the state should own your body if that's the way in which you're making money. Just saying, this is where this private property versus public property, or what is it? Private versus personal property. Personal property are things like toothbrushes or your body, right? But if you're selling those things and making money off of them, then all of a sudden they become not private property.
That explains why a lot of Coomers like socialism.
Oh, makes sense, right? You're our whore.
The means of production are collectively and democratically owned by society through cooperatives and the state. There is some form of a national economic plan, and market mechanisms are either subordinate to the plan or entirely suppressed. We're referring to the likes of Cuba, the USSR, etc. as socialist in this video, and no, that doesn't make them perfect or any other nonsense you may have just thought up. There's, of course, a lot more nuance to this discussion, but I'm trying to keep it brief. Without clear definitions, you can't have a conversation, so check out these two videos if you're interested in further details.
No.
Now, more importantly, how would one define success? Longevity, quality of life, military strength, economic performance, political and diplomatic influence, ceasing to exist.
How about not being communist?
Yes. But how about all of these?
That's pretty good. I think that's like my favorite one so far.
I just love that he takes the time to explain the definition of success, but not, all the definitions, and we just have to watch the videos.
Yeah, right. I think that all of these are forms of success, yes, but I'm guessing he's going to focus on one.
A giant arm with which to
measuring up or not to world powers at the time, reductions of total human suffering, perhaps. The conversation becomes stale because the comparisons are never even-keeled. Relatively politically stable countries that suffered no major external restriction and benefited from centuries of colonial extraction,
Africa?
For example France, are compared to...
Whoa! Nope. This is not about France. Let's go back. Measuring extricative institutions, colonial trade, and price gaps in French Africa. Colonial extricative institutions are often blamed for current African underdevelopment, yet since colonial extrication is hard to quantify, the magnitude of this phenomena remains unclear. In this paper, I use new archival data to estimate colonial extraction through trade, measured as the gap between prices that monostonistic French trading companies paid to African producers and prices that should have been paid in a counterfactual competitive market. The results show that African prices were only a small fraction of competitive prices, implying an annual loss of almost 2% of GDP during colonial rule. I'm not sure what this has to do with it.
Want to know something funny? Botswana had an even worse exploitation under the British, and today is a shining jewel of Africa.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Weird.
People who actually got to rule it, did it efficiently? Who knows?
Yeah, that is kind of the weird thing.
Maybe Africans are just too underdeveloped to rule themselves. I mean, they're the ones proposing the theory.
It is kind of strange because that part of the world is very close to South Africa, and pretty much anything like at the tip of sub-Saharan Africa is a shit show, and that's like the one place that is ruled by blacks that is actually somewhat efficient. Like, why?
I mean, they got very good politicians. They got I know the founder of Botswana was an incredible incredible. I think he was the best African politician, in my opinion. The founder of Botswana, because he actually knew how to fucking run a country, and that proves it. The current state of Botswana.
Interesting though, that says France and then cites this study. Weird.
Countries that suffered.
Here's this guy who's mad at me for citing studies wrong. This is citing a study incorrectly, by the way. This is what it actually looks like. Oopsie.
No major external restriction and benefited from centuries of colonial extraction, for example France, are compared to semi-feudal former colonies that had just won their independence in the grand scheme of things and were made to suffer for it by those same formerly colonial powers, for example Vietnam. By all of these criteria, this or that socialist country meet all of those previous expectations and in many cases far exceed them. On the flip side, many capitalist countries simply don't. The trick in this game, though, is to excuse or look over capitalism's failure at developing otherwise resource-rich countries.
Imposing capitalism into countries that have not naturally developed it, yeah, fails. Duh. Imposing regimes fails. Doesn't matter where you impose it on. It always fails. It has to come up naturally.
There's also the question of if the leadership of the country are imposing it is able to cope with it, you know? Even if you impose it, if you have like a good leadership that is able to cope with it and develop from that on, it can succeed. The problem is when you don't have that and you just throw it away and here we go, you're independent, do whatever you want to do. We don't care anymore. That's what happened in most of Africa. We just declare independence, wash our hands off, and shit went down.
There's actually a book specifically dedicated to this topic called The Mystery of Capital. Why Capitalism Triumphs in the West but Fails Everywhere Else. And it's actually written by a Spanish guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, and the reason I took a note in it is because, you know the way that the people who praise the book on the inside? One of the people who praise it is Thomas Sowell.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this book now. Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
This is done through dedicated mechanisms of keeping them poor while enriching the imperial core, Western Europe, North America, etc. And even then, all those third world profits usually flow only to the already very wealthy top sectors of.
Okay, I have a question with regards to this. Why is it then that the English-speaking colonial countries are way better off than the Spanish?
Drained from the
because they're both colonial empires, and they declared their independence away from Spain and England. But if you look at the countries, well, South Africa being the obvious shit show because you gave power to non-whites, which is a really stupid fucking thing to do. But United States, Australia, New Zealand, United States, Canada, those countries, they seem to be all right. Why do you think that is?
What?
Wonder why.
I'm looking at these graphs here. So this is showing that drained from the south, which I'm assuming is Africa, by resources, it's gone up over time. I'm not sure what this means, though. We'll see, I suppose.
Of those countries in the imperial core. This delves into concepts of unequal exchange and value transference, a concept I'll touch on in another video.
We need to explain this right here, unequal exchange versus ODA, which is official development assistance. What?
I mean, I think he's trying to say that a lot Africa exports a lot to Europe and imports very little, which if you look at it, without, just, they're exporting, giving away too much and receiving almost nothing. Oh, that's clear exploitation. But then again, you have to take in consideration, they are giving away raw materials, whatever, raw materials essentially.
Right.
That is then sent to Europe or to America or China, which is then transformed into products, which is then, shipped to the consumer market and bought by, Europeans,
what
Americans or whatever.
Exactly. And what he's not putting on the screen here is the amount of aid that's given to these African countries from non-African countries, which is an enormous amount of aid, generally speaking. So
not just that, how can you have an equal amount of, in this case, export and import? I assume that's the thing he's trying to talk about. When your population cannot afford, for example, TVs, it doesn't have public roads. If your population has low quality of life, you can export as much as you want. It isn't gonna change because they even if they want to move, they can't because they don't have the fucking buying power.
I assume his problem with it is that, of course, foreign countries just dump money into these impoverished ones for no reason other than because that would be the nice thing to do, and they would definitely use that money in a good way, and they wouldn't waste it. They just dump money in there for no trade. I'm assuming that's probably what he thinks should happen. However, Spoon, you recently watched Empire of Dust, right? We watched some clips from it at least. And of course, the whole thing with Empire of Dust is that Like you give these people money and they just blow it on booze. That's what happens. So okay,
it's basically like a giant country of homeless people.
You need to have a competent political leadership to do any change. That's a problem.
That's the one thing the Chinese guy usually says is that the government is useless.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why Botswana stands so Botswana stands out in African context, because they actually have a fucking good political leadership, and guess what? Things work there.
How did South Africa do under apartheid?
Better than it is now.
Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the people who run the country and the people who made it should be the only one to hold power.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's actually my.
We'll use the classic example.
I don't believe other races should hold the country's power. If that's the group that made it, that's the one that should hold it.
Yeah, I tend to.
Well, technically, the English made it.
There you go.
Yeah, then the Dutch perfected it.
And value transference, a concept I'll touch on in another video. Let's actually get to comparing. We'll use the classic example. The USSR lasted 7 decades, despite starting off from a position as underdeveloped as India in the early 20th century. It was immediately besieged.
Oh, do you want to go back to that graph for a second? GDP per head, 1990 US dollars, thousands. Why is the USSR outcompeting in GDP per head produced?
I don't believe that one.
Let's
I
assume
mean,
this is true.
the thing
I'll
is,
tell you why.
the USSR had a lot of artificial, demand, because in the end of the day, the value of your work is the amount of time you put into it. You can make one share. That's the value. You have, the value of the amount of if you spend 4 hours.
It's the value of labor, not the product.
Exactly. So what happens when you have 500 people building chairs and you need food?
Yep.
That's a problem,
I think also what needs to be pointed out in this graph is that the GDP per head this is not the own you think it is, homie. This is showing that people were working to extreme slave labor degrees to be able to be productive because they didn't have an option.
And still
also don't forget, like, this is something commies always like to use. Like, oh my god, the GDP exploded in the 50s and such, but literally look at the graph. In almost every region, it exploded around the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they forget that World War II was a thing and Reconstruction was carrying on.
But also what's being forgotten here is that the people who are working in the Soviet Union, they don't have a choice. They don't have a choice to whether or not to work. They don't have a choice about how many hours they work. They can't leave their jobs. So and they work for extremely long, laborious, nightmare positions.
After Stalin death, it kind of went a bit easy though.
True, but this is not American, and as you see, the rest of the world has far more lax labor institutions. I mean, the Soviet Union did not.
I mean, the best example you can have is like Mao's China. The case of Mao's steel campaign?
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, China has to lead the world into steel. So have a shit ton of people build steel. So naturally, on paper, things are looking pretty well. Except the steel is all shit. You cannot use it for anything. But you are still making steel. You are technically still paying people to make steel, On paper, everything is well. Regardless of the situation.
And also, because of that, steel is stupidly cheap.
Exactly. That fucking crashes.
Speaking of China, something that contradicts his point in this graph. Look at China. China is it's a communist country under this exact same time period. And look, it's also under this exact same perspective, doing far worse than the United States. It starts to catch up to it in 1989. That's only when it catches up. Why is the USSR so different when China is also a socialist communistic state? Why? So this graph does not make the argument that you think it's making. Very bizarre. China is a communist state. Why is China not up there with the USSR if you thought that this was something about communism that was making this difference?
7 decades, despite starting off from a position as underdeveloped as India in the early 20th century. It was immediately besieged, sanctioned, diplomatically isolated and not given international recognition into the 30s, torn apart by a civil war and external invasion by over a dozen countries, overtaken by German invasion, World War II, in which it suffered far more than any other country in Europe, perpetually suffering from US and NATO attempts at destabilization afterwards, and plenty more. Already, a comparison without taking these factors into account is incredibly disingenuous. If we're going by quality of life,
and you can make the exact same aspect to, the Stasi and the KGB, in Western Europe or Western Germany, all the spies there. Why doesn't that count, for fuck's sake?
No, it doesn't count because they're the good guys. So it's fine.
I mean, to this day, we still don't know how many mini nuclear bombs the Soviets have forgotten in America in war.
I mean, I would assume. Why else? Yeah, why else would it be that Eastern Germany didn't?
Just out of curiosity, right now, Russia is being sanctioned as well, and they don't have any of these problems. Why do you think that is?
Good question. Good question.
Life. Well, I made several videos on that. In short, socialist countries in general provided a higher quality of life for their population at the same level of economic development, meaning whatever capabilities a country may have, all things equal, socialism would provide better housing, healthcare, education, women's rights, cultural development, and
I mean, look, like, this is something commies always like to make with these commie blogs. Oh, it's not nice, but at least people are not homeless. Like, my guy, the commie blogs were so impractical that during World War II, like when the Germans invaded, they literally found old people in wheelchairs in these commie block apartments because they literally had no way of getting down and out.
Let's not even go back to history. Let's talk about modernity. What is the most, if I were to ask all of you, none of you being Americans, I'm the only American here, what is the most left-leaning state in the U.S.?
California.
Thank you.
California, obviously.
It's California. What state has probably the worst homelessness issue in the United States?
California.
Oh, whoa, weird.
Which state has faced the highest exodus of people in the last, 25 years?
But if we're talking about taking care of the homeless and those most in need of help, California is the worst. They have a massive problem with homelessness. They have no idea how to deal with it. Despite all of their socialist programs. So
and I always find it funny when I say that California is a shithole, they always tell me but they have such big GDP, they make up a lot of GDP of the country, and oh my god, Hollywood.
Where does the GDP go to the massive homelessness problem? Oh, it doesn't? The street people. Ask someone who lives in California, they'll tell you that they are afraid to drive around because there's homeless people who run up to them and try to break into their cars and stuff. Like, not break into it, but just be like, please give me money, because they're so desperate. There's entire homeless cities in California. There's tents.
There's a quote that I like about GDP that Mobuk said. He said, because people are constantly obsessed with the GDP growth, and he said, growth for growth's sake is the ideology of the cancer cell.
Yes, very much so.
That is a really good quote.
It's a base quote from Mobuk, and one of many. But when I grew up in Baltimore, we had a homeless city in Baltimore, full of. It was just, it was full of tents of people living behind this church, and the church allowed them to stay there. And I used to. At that point in time was my brief period where I called myself an anarcho-communist. I was 15. I was kind of allowed to be stupid, right? And I remember going there trying to help those people out, and they were just like, "No, I don't want to get off drugs because they're all on drugs. No, I just want handouts. That's what they want." They would tell you that to my face, and that's how it is in California as well. And with California, which is the most socialistic leaning state in the U.S., besides maybe some places like Vermont or New York, one of the most socialistic, if not the most socialistic leaning state in the U.S. is the state that has the biggest problems with homelessness. Do you think that's on coincidence? Do you think that's an accident? I doubt it.
So on, then if the country were to be capitalist. You get some common objections to this point, but they all fall flat. Skewed data, old research, blah blah, etc., which I deal with in the above videos you just saw on screen. Moving on, the idea of military strength is silly to even mention, as the greatest, unfounded honestly, fear of the US was the USSR's military capability, which, although powerful, was used far less liberally than America's. In fact, the USSR...
Afghanistan.
I was about to say Afghanistan. Excuse me, what?
Vietnam.
I cannot say that Soviet army designs like tanks really hold up even today. I'm just gonna say that.
I'm not gonna fuck around. The United States has been playing role plays for far longer in a far more aggressive way. But to pretend that the Soviets didn't do that is objectively incorrect and false. So you've just told an outright lie.
USSR had pleaded with the US to stop the arms race, frequently stating that whatever you develop, with neutron bomb development, the Star Wars program, etc. being prime examples, it was less an arms race in reality and more of a keeping up parity with a warm.
You can
How does someone come to believe this?
You can literally make the same case for the US as well.
But do you guys want to know a funny thing?
Yeah.
The USSR developed tanks to fight in the moon because they wanted to fight a war with the US there. The US did not even dream about that possibility.
This argument is so stupid in terms of, well, the US was just the ones who were increasing the arms race. The communists, the Soviets, they just had to keep up. Implying that the Soviets did nothing to develop their own military technology?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I still find the moon, a battle in the moon funny. I just don't think it was worth the money.
It is funny, but to imply that the Soviets did nothing to develop their own military technology is historically illiterate. It's incorrect. It's wrong.
Warmongering United States, which need I remind you has been at war 225 out of 243 years since
here we go again.
Regardless, even military strength, a ridiculous yardstick that falls apart at further scrutiny, isn't valid for this analysis. Economic performance is also one of those things that goes without saying. The USSR started as a peasant backwater where wooden plows were being used, and within 3 decades had conquered the cosmos.
Conquer the cosmos.
Oh my!
I mean, with German scientists, of course it did.
Yeah, of course.
The thing is, actually, my father went to Moscow before the Soviet Union fell down. Mm-hmm. And when he was there, the thing he told me, he tells me the story, the thing that was most common to see there were people in the commie blocks apartments without windows, but with wooden planks to cover them.
Yeah,
because to keep the cold out.
Yeah, like those wooden windows you sometimes see. I think those.
Yeah, exactly. Just completely wood covered, otherwise it would freeze to death in the apartments.
What he's also completely incorrect about is that, do you know who industrialized Russia? Built a railway system across Russia.
Shows that what's the name of the minister of
Catherine the Great is largely in it's not just her, but it was the Russian monarchs.
I would say Alexander II is what
Alexander, yes. But it was the Russian monarchs who built the infrastructure that allowed for any capacity for the Soviet system to excel to any degree that it did.
This is something I will always squabble with the commies about, where they say, "Oh my God, Russia was such a backwater before the Soviets came." Like here is the objective fucking truth. The Russian Revolution interrupted the successful progressive economic development of Russia under Nicholas II. In the 20th year of the reign of Tsar Nicholas II, Russia had reached an unprecedented level of economic prosperity, and then when the Soviets came around and literally started shooting at factory workers who went on strike, of course it's going to turn into a backwater.
Yes, they had to come back from it. But Catherine the Great was largely responsible for much of the building of the railway system. Yes, what?
Railways did not exist under Catherine.
I think you mean more like roads.
The road system, not railway system. I'm sorry.
The
road system. Who built the railways though? There was another Russian monarch who also.
Alexander II is also the third. Alexander's.
It must have been Alexander II though, who I'm thinking of then, who also expanded the railway system, because Catherine massively expanded the connectivity between Russia, because the big problem with Russia is it's such a massive state. And a large part of her reign was in connecting Russia to each other, and which allowed for greater connectivity and for greater trade. So the existing system that the communists inherit when they come into power is stuff that was built under the monarchical system. So I don't understand how the fuck they're saying like, oh, well, the Russians, we got to Sputnik faster than the United States is somehow indicative of any of this.
I mean, it ain't like the US didn't go to space either. It's not like it's just the Soviets did it exclusively. Like even the French and the British were working on space tech. The Soviets just got like slightly earlier and got a few dogs killed in the process, while the Americans didn't.
No, there was 1837 Americans working in the Russian railway system. So it was after Catherine, but
Alexander the First.
Yeah, it was Alexander the First. So, but it was under obviously it was under the Russian monarchy, in which the Great Russian Railway System, which exists to this day, was constructed.
Wait, not Alexander the First. Sorry, I mean Nicholas the First.
Nicholas I, yeah, not still. It was not under the commies that built the Great Russian Railway System. Do you know how astonishing the Russian railway system is? Like, there's places in like Yakutsk, the far north, places where people.
Yeah, the Gulag area.
Yeah, people who live. Have you ever seen documentaries on how these people live? It is astonishing that they survive at all. But it was during the imperial era that all those railway systems were built that survive to this day, despite horrifyingly icy conditions every single year.
I just have looked at the Trans-Siberian Railway. That hasn't been renovated since it was built.
Right, the Trans-Siberian Railway. An astonishing technology that was built in the 1800s and yet survives to this day. That was not built under the communistic system. It's still used right now, and it was built under the imperialist monarchistic system, not under the commies.
They rose to such a high level that to this day people still unfairly compare it to the US, a country that had 2 centuries of development ahead of the USSR and started off in far better circumstances, also not forgetting the horror of the enslavement of one race and the genocide of another. Take a look at the book The Triumph of Evil. On top of this, the USSR had to endure the aforementioned brutal civil war, multiple invasions, sanctions, destruction brought about by the Germans as they destroyed everything they came across, etc., etc. This point cannot be understated, because it's always forgotten, and many times omitted intentionally from the conversation. Through all these trials, the Soviet Union not only recovered, but was competing with history's largest power, the United States, and even surpassing it in certain cases. Undoubtedly, had it not been illegal...
In what cases?
Death toll.
That's a good one. I like it.
Bro, I mean, you're not wrong. Death toll.
I mean, the thing is, without American aid, there would have been no fucking USSR today. Like, I think by 1942, I might be mistaken, like, oil, iron, resources that the USSR had, by the way, they had to import it from through the American Land Lease program because they literally couldn't get shit done with it.
Yeah. Here you can see Boris. Is he drunk?
Probably.
Yes. He always was.
Been illegally dissolved against the democratic will of the...
Finding a picture of him sober is more impressive.
Exactly.
Soviet people, and may have even surpassed the US in
By the way,
our
when I
current
know a
age.
funny thing,
The second rapid...
the people who caused the USSR to fall were communists,
Yes.
Because the day the coup happened was 1991, I think. I might be wrong. It was the one where Boris went to the parliament. But in that day...
1991, that 1 year. That period, yeah.
Yeah, but during the day that the coup happened was the day that the new Treaty of Union State was to be signed, where most Ukraine, Kazakhstan accepted was to basically keep the USSR alive. And it was the coup attempt that made Ukraine and other republics say, "Oh no, fuck off! I don't want to be part of this," and everything fell apart because of that.
Yeah.
They cannot claim credit for this.
By the way, I would not even be the slightest, tiniest bit surprised if the U.S. government was involved with that. In fact, I think that probably is most likely that they were involved with the coup. That being said, the United States still treats Russia as its eternal enemy, despite the fact that they have democratized. Allegedly, it doesn't matter. The United States still treats Russia as the eternal enemy.
rising superpower, this time of the 21st century, is the People's Republic of China, which could have never achieved its current level of development without Mao-era policies and accomplishments.
Whoa!
In fact, China's expected to surpass...
Whoa!
Development literally came after Mao died.
That's a huge claim. That is a huge claim. You want to talk about what happened in the Great Leap Forward, my dude? You want to talk about how many millions of people died?
Imagine if instead of having that people died, they would, become productive workers. Imagine how strong China's economy would be.
Well, I mean, what okay. Because I guess he's saying that it's better that how many people died in the Great Leap Forward? It was tens of millions, wasn't it?
It's in the millions, I believe.
Let's see. Let's trust Wikipedia like all people do.
I think it was like 60 million.
That's what's in my head, but something like that. Death toll. Let's trust Wikipedia.
Yeah,
between 15 and 55 million are the estimates. So, we just had to sacrifice between 15 and 55 million people so we could upgrade our economy. Why are you not mentioning that aspect of this economic...
And the thing is, the economy wasn't really upgraded. Everything Mao did was just useless.
And
steel was completely useless to produce.
He integrated Lysenkoism, which this Lysenkoism is a large portion of the reason why the Great Leap Forward was so devastating. If you're not familiar with what Lysenkoism is, people in the chat, or I think all of us here are, but just to be clear, the idea behind Lysenkoism is it was a communist theory that was that crops of the same type would not compete with each other because they are all proletariat crops. I'm not joking. I'm serious. So that you should plant crops closer together because they would not compete with each other. Well, guess what? When you plant crops too close together, they don't have enough area to grow into in terms of their root structure, and so they don't grow and they die. The Lysenkoist theory was that the plants would not compete with each other, being fellow proletariat plants.
Holy shit!
They also killed all the sparrows
pigeons.
That ate the things that killed the flowers.
Sparrows. I mixed pigeons and sparrows together. They killed all
and
the
they probably
sparrows.
also killed the pigeons. I don't think they could tell the difference.
Probably they killed sparrows because what was their explanation as to why they killed the sparrows?
I don't fucking know. They're probably CIA agents according to that propaganda.
So here's one of the things that the Chinese did. They killed all these sparrows. They killed thousands and thousands of sparrows.
Millions. They almost made the sparrow extinct in China.
You got money. You got paid by the government for turning in dead sparrow bodies. Now the sparrows carry seeds.
By the way,
they help with the cultivation process.
By the way, that fucking reminds me of you all know that fucking Bashar al-Assad being like, who must go? Well, I literally saw the same thing, but with the fucking sparrow and Mao.
They were. Because communism comes out of Gnostic theory, it's based on a whole bunch of magical thinking. And so, it's like, we got to kill all these sparrows because we think they might be eating the grain, but also the sparrows help carry the grains. They are a part of the natural process of the growth of resources like grain.
I just understand that communists have such a, if they want to press China, they have such an obvious figure, Deng Xiaoping. It's literally the most obvious figure, the best claim, the undisputable claim to success. And they still gotta press fucking Mao.
Yeah. But, curious. No, apparently, Commie China did nothing wrong. Let's not look into that Great Leap Forward or anything. Okay.
Past the United States in just a few years, and will do this with a population more or less confident in their development and agreeing with the general direction their government is taking. At least a lot more than the...
Well, you killed a whole bunch of them, and they're not allowed to express their opinions, are they? This is insane.
Do not ask about the Uyghurs.
What an insane thing to pull up. How does the Chinese government, or how do the Chinese people feel about their government?
By the way, Wolfgang, I think you already have an idea how Hakim feels about the Uyghur situation.
No, I can imagine. They are just voluntary camps. They are all happy families. There's rainbows in the sky.
Wonderful.
They all... I actually... Someone actually asked him on Twitter what his thoughts are on the Uyghur thing, and let me fucking find so I can read out his answer. I know it's somewhere.
In the interim, while you're looking for that, this is a Pew poll. I can tell from having seen quite a few Pew polls in my time, and from some of the pixels, is that how the hell can you believe that there would be an accurate data collection in China?
I want to know how much the Communist Party is paying him. I'll also start praising them if they pay me well.
Right. Why would you tell what you actually think? Because you're going to be punished if it gets found out that you said something that disagrees with the party. What a silly.
No, the thing is, you know that there's actually like China is like at least like what's the name of the department? Intelligence department in China is actually like they have like paid certain like internet personalities, like TikToks, to like propaganda essentially.
Right.
Okay, found it. Found it. Okay. So there's this guy on Twitter that asked him, "What's your take on the Uyghur genocide?" And then Hakim responds, quote, "Hi there. This is a complex question. Firstly, I'd question the framing of the question to say Uyghur genocide is somewhat of a loaded phrase that is,
of course,
as it already assumes that the genocide is occurring. I'd question that position as the evidence as it currently stands doesn't indicate as much."
All right, replace the word Uyghur with Jew, and then see what you get.
Let me continue. You can refer to the sources below. If the situation changes, then I am equally open to having my mind changed. In my personal experience, though, the position of the Chinese on re-educating radicalized segments of their population through language programs, vocational schooling, and proper religious guidance is a dream that I wish would take place in my country, Iraq. We have many of the same issues. Al-Qaeda affiliated or otherwise Islamists that seek separatism or political power, except in my country they're allowed to run for office.
Hakim, they sterilize these people.
Nazi propaganda. Like Joseph Goebbels would be proud of that.
He really would. He really fucking would. Go ahead. I'm gonna use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. But dear God, Hakim, they sterilize them. Forceful sterilization. You're like, well, I don't really know how I feel about that. It might be a good thing.
Wait, by the way, are we talking about the Holocaust or the Uyghurs? I can't tell the difference anymore.
No, I'm talking about I'm specifically talking about the Uyghurs, but yeah. What the fuck? And this just so. Before I leave for a second, this is so illustrative of the inability for people on the left to understand or criticize their own political parties. Hakim, if you had any kind of personal morals, you would denounce this. But because it's your side, it's your politics, you'll just kind of pretend that it doesn't matter that people were being forcefully sterilized because they were Muslims.
By the way,
Muslim in UK, how would you feel?
Actually, what makes it worse is that Hakim himself says he is a devout Muslim and actually has the Islamic Shahada in his YouTube bio.
Yeah, well, in China they're sterilizing your people, and man. Okay,
and also,
whatever.
also, if you think that's bad, just let me read what he said on the Anfal genocide against the Uyghurs, not against the Kurds.
Yeah.
Okay, he said, Okay, so the question asks, what are your thoughts on the Anfal genocide, Hakim? And then Hakim answers, there was no genocide. In the middle of a war, a rebel group starts a guerrilla war on the home front. Not only this, but they allied with the enemy. They were dealt with harshly, as you may expect, because it was literally wartime. Any other country would have done the same, and historically has done the same. As for the death toll, it is so widely exaggerated, it's staggering. I still remember when Kurds used to claim 10,000 victims, and that magically shot up to 200,000, even 500,000 in the past 15 years. Finally, al-Majid was acting against explicit orders of the Revolutionary Council and was punished for doing so.
My jaw legitimately dropped. He's just making excuses for genocidal action. I mean,
that is literally Holocaust denial talking points.
I mean, like I said, like I have, to this day, I get called a Holocaust denier because I made a video 5 years ago where I said I didn't know the exact number of people who died in the Polish portion of the Holocaust. I mean, that was it. And that's the part that gets clipped, and it's like, oh, well, look, Aiden's a Holocaust denier. This guy out here straight up saying like, well, maybe the genocide's happening, but it's a good thing.
The thing is, I would accept. I would at least accept it if he said something like, okay, those deaths and those who were killed are real, but it wasn't just innocent civilians. There were, of course, also combatants in it, but there were also civilians. Yeah. Like, at least that would be a more acceptable answer instead of just, oh, it never happened, and it never happened. The numbers are fake. Like, bro.
Yeah, he is straight up a genocide denier. Go ahead and play the video. I'll be right back.
Okay.
The US and other contemporary liberal states, along with a doubling of real income by the decade and more. That's not mentioning all the other examples that can be listed from Cuba to Vietnam and beyond, breaking the ties of neocolonial dependence and resource extraction to benefit the actual population of those third world countries over the profits of people.
I don't think conditions in Vietnam are that well. I mean, have you seen the average wage in Vietnam? I think at this point they're actually lower than China.
Unfathomably wealthy and politically connected within the imperial core is the program of socialism, both historically as well as today. Most clearly of all, it showed in all of those countries, despite the sanctions and other hurdles artificially placed upon them. Honestly, it should go without saying, but if socialism will fail on its own inevitably, why does the US spend so many billions to sabotage, invade, bomb, sanction, diplomatically isolate, and assassinate? For just one example, take a look at this video here.
That to me is insane. To go like, hey, look, here is this political system that always fails and causes hell. Why are people trying to stop it?
Also, by the way, well, okay, I want to argue against, like, one of the best counterexamples you could give here to Hakeem is Yugoslavia, because, like, Yugoslavia was a social. Okay, it wasn't a full-on Marxist communist system, but it was still socialist, and it had good relations with the United States. Like, they still traded with the United States, like they were receiving funds from the United States, and yet the economy still went to fucking shit, despite there not being any US sanctions.
Not just that. I mean, the CIA, how many times did they try to kill Castro? Almost 500? And you think the fucking CIA is fucking able to murder billions of civilians just because? They can't even fucking kill Castro. They tried to poison his ice cream, for fuck's sake. And they failed.
It's literally amazing how communists love portraying the CIA as this all-knowing demon that cannot be beaten when these people literally failed to poison an ice cream.
Bro.
The thing is, I genuinely think the CIA is probably one of the worst intelligence agencies in the world. I mean, there is a saying, though, that the CIA is the most well-known secret organization. For fuck's sake. I mean, if you want any good, intelligence agencies, you have the Germans, you have the French, MI6 is still meh. Okay, I guess.
Mossad, maybe.
And Mossad. Yeah, Mossad is the best.
Yeah.
Do not mess with the fucking Mossad.
I was watching that one guy, I can't remember his name now. People just say he's a total glow. He was on with Lex, and he was discussing the operations sort of style of every group, and he was saying like China, Britain, and America. But he said Mossad is by far the most ruthless. He said there is nothing that they will not do. If they need to get somebody out, there's no rules. Anything goes. I'm like, damn, that is fucking kind of base, but also terrifying. They're like, we have no morals when it comes to achieving a goal.
I mean, you do know that they work with Skorzeny, right? Hitler's, what was it, like SS Commando?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the unique thing about Mossad, which is when they were created, because Mossad was created for nothing, basically. They had very little precedent from intelligence agency, and they took a very hardline, pragmatic stance. They basically said, we will take whatever it's needed so we can be the best. So they took Skorzeny, they took like CIA support, they took French, they took whatever they could. And from that, they built the world's greatest intelligence agency. Like,
so they basically built an intelligence agency via capitalism.
They literally kidnapped Heichmann from Argentina without anyone noticing, for fuck's sake. And that's not even the craziest heist they had. That they want to talk about this. The CIA can't even fucking poison ice cream.
There.
That's some good outsourcing.
Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN.
Oh, look who is shilling, look who is getting sponsored by capitalism.
Yeah, hang on. I've worked with Atlas and with Nord, who have been the sponsors of the last 2 videos we watched. But
I've actually, like, I want to ask you this, FYI, like, how did it go with Atlas? Because from what I've heard from people, like, they are not the best people to deal with the sponsorship.
Atlas?
Yeah, Atlas.
Okay. I'm probably not going to work with Atlas again, and I'll tell you why. I will work with Atlas again if they ask me to work with them again. Maybe. But I need to have something in written from them that they fixed an issue. Is that I had Atlas VPN installed on both my desktop and my laptop, and at some point Atlas just decided that my internet provider was a hazard to my computer. And so for like 12 hours, I could not connect to the internet on either device. And I was freaking out. I'm like, what the hell's happening? What the hell's happening?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and I was freaking out. I'm like, what the fuck? I can't connect to the internet. I couldn't. I thought like something like all my devices are broken. What's happening? And then I find out, oh, Atlas is blocking access to my own internet provider because they determined that my internet provider was a threat.
I'm asking because I've actually received a sponsorship offer from Atlas, and honestly, I don't think I want to go through with it.
I mean, like, look, and here's the thing that makes me very upset about saying that, is that of the VPNs I've worked with, and I'm saying this sincerely, Atlas is one of the better ones. In my personal opinion, and I know I shouldn't say this as someone who's worked with all of the major VPN companies.
Even ExpressVPN?
No, Surfshark. Surfshark by far.
No.
I love Surfshark. I use Surfshark every day. I have Nord. I do not have Atlas anymore because it broke my computers, but I still use. I've never gotten what is it? Private internet access. I've never gotten into that one, but I have used Nord and Surfshark and Atlas. Atlas, they apparently did fix the problem that I raised to them because I said like, hey guys, this is not okay. I took my computer into the shop to be fixed because I thought like, well, because I assumed that for some reason at the same time, both my laptop and desktop, their Wi-Fi cards must have broken. That was my immediate response. My immediate thought was that for whatever reason, serendipitously, the Wi-Fi cards on 2 different computers broke. But no, it was Atlas. And they have fixed that. So I wouldn't say to necessarily go against Atlas because they did fix the issue. But that was why I don't know if I'll work with Atlas again in the future.
From something I've read some people say is that sometimes, like commonly, Atlas, outright ghosts you and refuses to pay you even after you've let out the sponsorship.
Oh, I've not had that. No, I've worked with Atlas multiple times. It's not been my experience whatsoever.
All right. Okay, let's continue with the video.
Yeah.
Appreciated. All right, back to the video. If we were to go by social, political, or diplomatic influence, well, this too is fairly clear. Communism was considered to be the greatest threat to the status quo in the 20th century, and continues to be. Practically every single revolutionary or independence movement sought aid and diplomatic support from the USSR. Meanwhile, every puppet dictator from Latin America to Africa ran to the US for protection. Every genuine progressive domestic movement has had some socialist flavor, usually of the pro-existing socialism type, from the US to Latin America, and each one was brutally shut down with American help and fear of the influence of socialist thought.
Finish.
Furthermore, I don't think the recent upswing in anti-communist media and publication has gone unnoticed either. How about ceasing to exist? Does that mean a country has failed? Iraq, my country, is a massive mess, yet it still exists in some certain political order. Does that mean it's succeeding? If you doubt its failure, then check out my 2 recent videos on Iraq here.
Whoa, what a bizarre...
These terms are so...
Did he just say Iraq is a superpower?
I think he was like...
It could become an energy
could become a superpower. But what a bizarre way of arguing is that
bitch.
That a country can't be a failure if it continues to exist. And he's speaking about this
on what I think largely on what the Soviet Union and Russia. He's comparing it to that or China. That's not an argument. What?
So vague and just pointless. They only serve to end the conversation before this even started. How many countless capitalist countries have quote-unquote failed because of economic collapse, political change, or military takeover? Far more than socialist countries, I can assure you.
Because there have been far more democracies, just as there have been far more monarchies than there have been socialist countries. What? Oh my god, the pedantry. The pedantry is out of control.
I just love that he frames every single communist movement just progressive and not at all dictatorial.
No,
or,
never.
You know, like Qasim in Iraq who murdered Kurds or something.
I've heard this, though. Spin and I get this quite often when we talk about monarchy. We get these responses that are like, well, how many monarchies have failed? Oh, a whole bunch of them. All monarchies have failed over the course of... you mean like over the course of 5,000 years?
Yes.
Where the vast majority of all systems of government were monarchies?
Yeah. Your system of government has existed for not even 100 years. Ours existed for over, what?
For 5,000.
For several thousand, yeah. So
I feel like the existence of man, basically.
Yeah.
So it's such a ridiculous argument to say, like, well, just look, comparatively, only a couple of socialist governments have failed compared to monarchies. Duh.
I wonder if he's ready to say North Korea as a successful state then.
Yeah. This is not a fair kind of system of...
No, the accurate comeback to that would have been, there's been successful monarchies, there's been no successful socialist states.
Exactly, yep.
Every one of them has failed. I can guarantee you, even if you let one run around with absolutely no intervention from a capitalist nation, they would still fail.
Yeah, true. Sorry, I thought you were done. Sorry about that. Let's go back.
Political change or military takeover. Far more than socialist countries, I can assure you. Regarding human suffering, this one is tricky to calculate. Of course, far more has occurred under capitalism than under socialism, and if you believe the 100 million lie that's been reproduced time and time again...
Oh yeah, no. Because maybe being a shit president did not cause a coup in Bolivia.
Did you not hear him say the 100 million lie? So, I get called a Holocaust scenario for saying I don't know the exact number of people who died in the Polish portion of the Holocaust. This guy can just say, 100 million people didn't die under communism. That's a hoax.
Sure.
Is he going to be called a Holocaust denier? No. It's not, because it's political. It's all about political.
And did you already know he would never dare speak such a thing about the Holocaust or anything the right wing has done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just make a horrible point about that.
You go ahead, Spin.
Isn't it weird to me that when it comes to war, it's always just, we don't ever trust death tolls or, any kind of military damage because, it's the other side always lies. And that's generally the sort of go-to thing. Except when it comes to the death toll, when it comes to Jews. Therefore, they didn't lie in any way whatsoever. I'm like, am I the only one think that's kind of weird? Is you don't believe the Germans when it comes to anything except that. Therefore, they're somehow completely honest.
Well, the thing is, the Germans didn't really say the numbers. We just on the papers with the numbers in there.
Yeah, interesting.
Kind of weird.
A couple of things. I have a few super chats here.
I mean, you cannot organize mass murder without good bureaucracy.
Cole Summers for 2 says, let this one cook. 10 seconds later. Yeah, we immediately interrupted him. Rick for 2 says, Lysenko even looks like a 1940s mad scientist. Yeah, he did. Kizza for £5 says, F this, my empire should make the great leap forward, look like rookie numbers in the Middle East and China. Any objections? Communists. Kizza for another £5 says, does this stand pedo deny the fact that all Marxist nations are republics and that the Greeks and Romans fell and dropped it to the 20th century? I think he might be a pedo. I don't know about that, though. But are they republics? I think that might be difficult to argue. Hang on, I've just, my allergies have set in, so I'm going to mute myself a little bit because my allergies have set in, and I took a pill, but it'll take a minute for me to be able to breathe again.
Just know that's all, nonsense. They count non-births through extrapolation.
Whoa! Hang on, it's taking a minute. What?
Well, nonsense.
He's joking about it.
You should know by now that he isn't.
He appears to be joking about the 11 gorillion dead?
All right. Are we talking about a certain mustache man in Germany or communism? I don't know anymore.
It's funny. Again, he can joke about the millions of people who died under communism.
I mean, it's one thing.
You know that the gorillion is kind of a neo-Nazi meme.
Yes, So he's using what people on his side would call a Nazi dog whistle.
And what like it's one thing to like at least say, oh, they never died, but it's another thing when you mock it and deny it.
Exactly, Lav. He's being like, oh, who cares? It didn't happen, but it should have. That's basically the point he's come to. It didn't happen, but if it did, it was okay. That's the point. And also, haha, 11 gorillion. How was this video allowed on YouTube? My video
not just that. This guy
honestly, if you report it, it's probably gonna get taken down. I just think the AI is not picking it up yet.
Actually, if I remember correctly, Hakim in some other videos which were taken down recently has advocated for the violent overthrow and revolution of numerous countries.
Yeah.
And that we will let that slide at YouTube headquarters.
Because they're leftists.
I think it's more of they just want money.
No, I'll be clear. I don't think his video should be taken down. I don't think my video should have been taken down either, though.
But the double standards.
It's the double standard that's the issue. If you want to say ha ha ha, nobody died, or the numbers of deaths in the Holodomor and the Great Leap Forward are all fake. Haha, 100 gorillion dead, because he is it's clearly a joke. He's joking about millions of people dying, and either saying it didn't happen or it's overblown. Well,
and then Tankies still complain and say that YouTube is censoring them and are trying to take down their content.
Well, don't do stuff like this then, man. And he's allowed to get this up.
I mean, the thing is, there's also the fact, the Holocaust is still a very sensible subject, if you have someone denying the Holocaust, advertisers will immediately pick on that because, it's horrible for someone's reputation. It can kill a brand, essentially. But, a massacre in, Iraq, for example, or China, things that people don't generally, care about or don't get as much. The Holocaust definitely has, this outrage immediately if you mention it. But all the things doesn't have that. So we kind of get that pass, at least for advertisers, because advertisers, if they could, advertisers would get people ads on the Holocaust 9 videos. And if they do, they'll get fucked.
And don't forget that colonial stuff is also very sensitive.
Yeah, but apparently it's fine. Again, I've talked before, and one of the things that got my video about Poland deleted was and got me a strike for it. Was I talked about the Kachin massacre? That was also considered Holocaust denialism. How does Kachin massacre have anything to do with Holocaust? They're completely different. The Kachin massacre was a mass murder of Polish intelligentsia.
No, it was a genocide.
It was a genocide. 100,000 Poles shot and buried in a mass grave, and yet that was considered in that Polish video about Polish nationalism a portion of the Holocaust denialism. How? Because the Soviets did it instead of the Nazis? And because I said that from internal Nazi reports, letters sent between the Nazis, that when they saw the mass graves in Kachin, the soldiers threw up. They got sick by seeing what the Soviets had done. But because you in any way humanize people who were members of the Nazi Party, and that's Holocaust denialism. Even while I'm talking about a real fucking, not saying the Holocaust didn't happen, obviously, but I'm talking about another massacre that the Soviets did that made the Nazis sick. And that's Holocaust denialism. I mean, I can't believe he's allowed to get away with this. If I made a video where I put something like this on the screen, I'd be banned from YouTube yesterday. Holy shit. But if you're a commie and you share the same ideals as the people who run YouTube, you can do this kind of shit. This is, by the way,
joking about a Holocaust. Dear God, but you're allowed to do it if you're a commie, apparently. Fuck me.
They count non-births through extrapolation of fertility data. They count dead Nazis on the Eastern Front in the total. They threw sleight of hand at 50,000 or 1 million just for the memes, amongst other fantasies. If you're interested in a deeper dive, check out...
Just to see the names on that book. Let me go back. I see one Polish name on there for sure.
I mean, to be fair, the Black Book of Communism is... I mean, the numbers they have are very inaccurate, to be fair to you. I mean, the numbers are still high, just that they definitely inaccuracy.
I do admit that the Black Book of Communism is definitely not among the most reliable sources. I mean,
I have not read this.
I did use it in one of my videos, although not too much. But I would say that these criticisms like, oh, it's exaggerated, like randomly adding numbers. I would say it depends on the author, because from what I've seen, every author has like their own special section of what they are experts on. Like, for example, like this one author is like writes about the Soviet genocide during early Soviet Russia and the Bolsheviks, and then another one talks about the East Iron Curtain, Hungary, Romania, and all that stuff. So I would say it more or less depends on the author. Like, you could make this argument if it was written by one author, by one singular author.
Yes.
This was written by multiple authors, with each one getting their own section in which they specialize in to write about that. So I would say, like, bringing up like the whole Nazi deaths counted on the Eastern Front, like, you could definitely attribute it to like specifically that author, but the other authors didn't have much to do with that because their expertise is on another subject.
Right. Real quick, Kizza sent us quite a few super chats, so I'm gonna get these real quick. Kizza for £5 says, these twats love to claim capitalism has killed 20 million every year, and yes, Aiden, all socialist nations are republics, excluding North Korea post 1994. They're republics in name only, though, is the problem. Kizza for another £5 says, Hakeem, 1 million Iraqis didn't get killed by British and Blair. They got smited by Allah for being fake Muslims. So suck it up, you sand pedo comrade. And Kizza for a final £5 says, Aiden, stop preaching morals from people who have no morals. They should be treated with more contempt and hatred than Uncle Ruckus does to black Yanks.
Well, if you do that, then we're never gonna get any discussions going.
Yeah, true. Anyway, let's get into the video. Let's go back into the video.
1,000 or 1 million just for the memes, amongst other fantasies. If you're interested in a deeper dive, check out my Death to All Capitalism video here.
He still keep.
Regardless,
do you promote any more of your own videos?
I'm pretty sure he has promoted like 7 or 8. Like at least when I've
never done a video like this.
Like at least when I promote a video on a certain thing, like for example in my latest video on like how the Bolsheviks managed to earn money, I mentioned how the Bolsheviks looted churches and such, but because I already covered it, I just said, okay, I also covered this issue in this video, so if you want more context on that, watch this. But I don't budge in like 7 or 8 other different videos of mine.
No, I mean, this is so bizarre. I've never done anything like this. I have often said, not often, I will occasionally say, I don't even say it in my videos. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, I don't even say it. I'm like, I'll say something in my video, and then I'll put in the, tag thing at the top, be like, well, here's a related video if you want to see more about that. But half this fucking video is him just promoting himself. Whereas you've not provided any evidence for anything you're fucking describing.
Socialism has been empirically proven through numerous studies to provide better healthcare outcomes, better nutrition, more equitable access to healthcare and cultural facilities, as well as a more...
What are you doing? Why are you so zoomed out? I can't read this.
Okay, I can read it. Okay. That's straining my eyes.
I'm just saying, there's a reason he would zoom out like this.
Okay, so it says the part here I'll highlight is, I think that's OAR, analysis of the World Bank's data supports a conclusion that in the
aggregate,
the socialist countries have achieved more favorable POL outcomes than capitalist countries at equivalent levels of economic development.
Why are you so zoomed out, homie? I'm sorry, it makes me mad. Like, zoom in on this paper so we can at least read that shit.
Does he literally expect his audience to like read like these 2 full pages?
Wolf text meme.
when I make, it's why I really want to watch those 2 videos that you shared with me, the guy who's debunking my stuff, because I zoom in on the operative points that I'm pointing out. And there's one other part of the study that you disagree with, which is probably from what I saw, is, at the end of the study, this is what the scholars said in their abstract or something. Like, okay, in their abstract and their conclusion, I don't give a shit. Why would you do this? Other than to make it look, this is plain intelligentsia. It's, look, I've got a study here. And I'm going to highlight some part that's largely inconsequential.
Yes, I am very smart.
You know what you should do? You see, like, right above that fucking paragraph, you see the graph? You see the output right above it? Put that output up on the screen and highlight the parts that are relevant. Oh, you don't, because you don't know how to read that fucking graph, do you? Idiot.
A robust system of care in general in society.
And by the way, that's not his fault. I don't fault people for not knowing how to read scientific outputs. But then don't make arguments like this if you don't know how to read them. And don't put scientific papers on your fucking page if you don't know how to read them.
Things regular people actually need, use, and objectively define quality of life. Likewise, in the Soviet example with leisure, more free time, more cultural sense.
I don't like this. Just throwing shit up on the screen for 5 seconds, not even, so people can't see them. It's not good. This is an appeal to authority without actually providing the examples. This is not... Look, is this better in terms of content for YouTube? Maybe. Maybe it's more interesting. It's not what I do, though. I walk through the studies. Every single study I fucking talk about.
I mean, that's literally just appealing to fucking TikTokers had their attention span fucking ravaged.
Hey guys, look, I read a book.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Spas or treats for regular people, regular day-to-day life, basically no rent, incredibly cheap staples, widespread and accessible public transport, etc.
I wonder why the alcoholism was so high then.
Is this guy... Where'd you say he's from?
Iraq. He's Iraq.
So he never lived in the Soviet Union? Not proper.
I mean, technically you could still talk about it. Even
you can talk about anything you want. But he didn't have to live in commie blocks, did he? He didn't have to stand in bread lines.
I don't think you have to live with them to see the interior. I mean, you can Google photos of their interiors. I mean, well, I'm just gonna say, usually humans don't like to be herded into small blocks and live there like cattle.
Well, he's saying that's kind of natural. It's beautiful and wonderful to live in these commie blocks and have to wait in line for bread lines.
Who the fuck do you think you are, Bernie Sanders?
Etc. And even working life with shorter and less demanding working days, as you're not there to maximize profit.
That's not how it ended up working, though, is it, dude? It was very long and grueling working days.
Wait. I want to... Let me do a quick Google search.
How could you say something like this in 2023? Demonstrable lies that Soviet workers had lackadaisical working schedules.
Okay. So a quick Google search revealed this. Under Stalin's rule, the standard workday was 8 hours, but in practice, many workers were forced to work longer hours without extra pay.
All right. Although to be fair, how was it under like not Gorbachev fucking, but Khrushchev or Brezhnev? Yeah. That might be like a better. I don't think it's appealing to. I hope it's not. All right. Let me rephrase. I really hope is not appealing to the Soviet Union under Stalin. I'm hoping he's like talking about Brezhnev, you know.
Maybe, but if you're talking about under Stalin, then this is completely incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, because under Stalin, that's Stalin is the worst you can get. The other one is slightly better. Depends on your.
By the way, Hakim has an entire 1 hour video trying to dissect the Holodomor.
By dissect you mean deny?
Yeah,
of course. What else would he
Obviously.
And then you also had a video of him where he's literally going full apologetic Stalin simp mode. Unsurprising.
All right, let's talk about Stalin.
This is really
grotesque.
Like
thank you.
These are the people. These are the people who call us monarchists bootlickers.
Yes, they call us bootlickers, which is, incomprehensible to me because
I understand why though.
You understand why they call us bootlickers?
Yeah, for the same reason the Democratic ones do. No, no, it's because the people who want monarchists is they don't want representative government. They basically just want a decent ruler.
Yes.
And the concept of having someone that doesn't listen to the people in their mind is instantly tyrannical. They can't conceptualize a worldview outside the democratic paradigm, which is why they view anything that isn't democracy as tyranny. I mean, it's stupid as hell, but they don't know this.
Yes, and meanwhile, they will vote for all these different systems of government, which you're voting for representative government. I mean, it's not a direct democracy, is it?
And they never do what you tell them to anyways, which is
and they never do what you tell them to do because of course they're not incentivized to.
Yes.
It's absolute nonsense.
I literally said that in one of my videos and a bunch of people went, yeah, we're starting to understand what you mean. Like, yeah, there we go.
We, however, acknowledge that that's a fantasy, that's bullshit.
Yes.
And that it's better to want a good ruler who you don't have any very fictitious ability to control, which voting is a fictitious ability to control those who rule you. So to just abolish the fantasy. And I think that's the best way is to, live
in reality, not the fantasy.
Live in reality.
Yeah.
Children can live in Neverland. Adults need to live in the real world. And democracy is a Neverland-esque system.
Yes.
Of pretending a bunch of things are true that are not true. And I, as a realist, as a scientist, I find that aspect of democracy to be utterly and completely contemptible. Anywho, back to this video.
It's good to keep in mind to not fall into the trap. Austria, for example, might be nice in their living standards, but Senegal, for example, doesn't and perhaps cannot provide these amenities, despite both of them being capitalist. Socialism so far has been the only...
Oh, let's talk about the differences between Senegal and Austria.
I'm going to go ahead and say, hold on a second. I'm going to go, first of all, melanin count. I feel like that is going to be an important distinction. The people around them, the language, the people who, are there. Well, Senegal is actually French.
Yes, but comparing Austria to Senegal is so nonsensical.
Yeah.
I mean,
Aiden, do you know what this is?
Wolfgang, do you have a confession to make? Are you Senegalese?
Genuinely, no, I don't know.
Do you identify as an ethnic Senegalese?
I don't think I even considered that question until
Wolfgang
now.
is black. Wolfgang is black.
Let's just talk about the different. Where would you even start with this question?
Do you remember
that's the thing I have right now. I don't know even where to start.
Do you remember the thing that we were watching with Mobug and the guy who was trying to compare Haiti to Norway and Japan? It's basically that.
Right. So why is Haiti so shitty compared to Japan? Japan is 100%, 99% ethnic Japanese.
For those of you
have a
guys,
interest in their own fucking country.
You two don't know this. This leftist professor said that Haiti, I swear to God, because of his actual words, represent anarcho-capitalism.
What?
Yeah, that was literally Molbug's reaction. Was just, can you run that last part by me again?
Oh, I remember this.
Yes.
Because it was utterly confusing.
Yes,
of how
he said Haiti represents anarcho-capitalism.
Because these people live in complete fantasy academia land.
Yeah.
However, the idea of comparing Senegal. When was Senegal as a modern country founded? Let's find out.
Probably the last century,
about 100 years ago.
50s, I believe.
Maybe the 50s. Senegal.
I assume it's after the French Union, the colonization, whatnot.
Yeah, perhaps. Let's find out. So Senegal becomes a country in... Let's find out.
Basically, when is it recognized?
1980s.
Yeah.
80s?
Wow, it's actually pretty
It
recent.
was 1959.
Oh, yeah.
That's still pretty recent, though.
Yes.
I mean, relatively.
Yeah.
In the broader... Yes, in the broad sense, that's extremely recent. 1959, it becomes fully independent in 1960. So 70 years ago is when Senegal becomes a country, an independent country. And Senegal is supposed to be analogous with France? Was it the country he compared
No,
it to?
Austria.
Austria.
No, Austria, the country that was founded by Charlemagne, you know?
Right. One of the oldest countries in Europe. So Senegal, a country founded 70 years ago, is somehow supposed to be instantaneously analogous with Austria. What? I mean, why would you even make that comparison other than to make yourself look like an idiot? An ahistorical political imbecile.
I don't think he has like a self-awareness, you know?
Mm-hmm.
System that has been both economically capable and politically willing to provide these benefits for their populations as a whole.
You know what I just find fascinating about these people? Is they have no concept of understanding that lineage makes nations.
Yes.
And the fact that different groups of people on different parts of the world have different value systems and resources and religions and types of life and ways of life. And
but they're all about diversity.
Yes, and you can't just, what works for one nation, just extract it and here and then plant it in Africa. Like, that's not how any human societies work.
Obviously.
And the fact that they think that you can just plug government A and plug it into B, it will somehow work. I'm like, do you even understand how human societies even function? Because if you think this, I get the impression the answer is no.
Well, I try to think about it from the basis of a computer. You said use the word plug, and that's a good terminology here.
Thank you.
Imagine that you're using an Apple device and you're trying to plug it into an Android system. Is it going to work?
Yeah, the OS doesn't work. It's not compatible. Yes.
It's not compatible.
The EXE does not work on
eventually
on
you could develop some kind of system that might make them compatible with one another, but you can't. It's not plug and play. You can't just walk in to a society of people and say, hey, we're going to install a democracy now for you and have it work the way that it works in any other country. It's the same thing with the Nordic model of social support, right? Social support systems work in Norway and Sweden and Denmark because I'm going to be honest, they're largely white, and because but more importantly, they're culturally homogenous and they have this cultural system of Janteloven. You can't just take that system and implant it into the United States, for example. It doesn't work. And you can't implant it into any other country either. It's so absurdist. This cultural relativism and this belief that the cultures don't really exist.
You know what happened in Zimbabwe?
Yes, I'm well aware what happened in Zimbabwe.
Yes, it's almost like if you
mean Rhodesia?
Yes, if you if you give people farmland and they don't know how to farm, do you know what the locals did? They just let the machines rot and rust. Because they had no idea how to use it, number one. And two, they had no interest. This is something that I can't...
Same with the rail system.
This is something that I can't understand. Is that you can't just give people tools. They say, this is the tools that we use in our society to make our societies grow. And then you give it to these people under the guise that they're somehow gravitating towards it as if they're just blocks of wood. And you can just like update them with like a set of like fucking code.
It's not like blocks of wood. It's that they're clay to be molded. That's a better way I think of saying it.
No, but they make them sound like they're operating systems. Like, oh look, they have the same hardware. You just need to give them a software update, and they will gravitate towards the new hardware. Like that's not how humans work. That's never how they've ever worked. They don't just gravitate towards new pieces of technology because you think this will improve their society. They don't care about that. There's no function for them.
Speaking of Empire of Dust, it's the same thing, which was that what the Africans did when the Westerners left is that they didn't use the railway system that was put in place with the Westerners, they stripped it. Yes. They stripped it apart. They destroyed the railway system for its basal parts.
They do this in South Africa now. They literally strip the copper mines, the copper wires out of place to sell.
Copper wires, yes, out of everything.
See, dude,
and destroy the infrastructure because it is a short-term reward, not understanding the long-term consequences. Yes. They want the reward now. They don't understand that there will be something that is going to. What were we talking about with that? Where someone was like they couldn't understand that they needed to do something in 3 days.
The American professor who went to live in South Africa.
Oh yeah.
It was the American Renaissance one.
Right, where it was just
apparently like a white supremacist website.
just going to Amran. Whatever.
I don't really care.
It's you know
anything that's European. So.
Well, no, American Renaissance is because of its relationship with
Jared Taylor.
Jared Taylor, yes.
Yeah.
Jared Taylor, Samakun.
Yes, the man who speaks Japanese is a white supremacist. It's very strange.
Only person who can pronounce white in Japanese with an American accent. Hakujin. Anyway, it's just frustrating that they destroy their own societies and they still find a way to blame white people for it. That was a crazy tangent, though, there from Hakim.
Let's discuss failure then. How would you define failure?
Sorry.
Collapse? In that case, did the Roman Empire fail? Did the numerous Portuguese republics fail? Terms need to be defined. To me, it sounds as more of an emotional attack rather than an objective characterization.
What?
I mean, the state doesn't exist anymore. That's
failure
kind of,
is an emotional
a fairly
attack?
easily quantifiable one.
Failure is quantifiable. Failure's not an
Does
emotional
the state
attack.
exist? No. Okay, then that's a pretty easy way to quantify the failure of the state.
Yes, Spoon, he's going to say failure is an emotional attack because the communist states have failed. I assume so. Let's watch.
I mean, didn't the Weimar republics fail?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Case in point.
Poor starting position capitalist countries achieve the same level of development as socialist countries, along with all the
No, they don't.
hurdles
Hey, by the way,
placed upon them.
Hang on, Hakeem, real quick. Who built that great, beautiful train station? There's a beautiful train station.
Soviets.
Even if it was, I think the Soviets did build that actually, though, didn't they?
I don't even know.
It's too pretty to be a Soviet building.
But the fact is that it was built by essentially slave labor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
People didn't choose to build this out of love.
The kindness of their hearts.
They built stuff like this all over, and you can find giant monuments like this all over the former Soviet Union. They're enormous monuments, and they were monuments to. Were they monuments to the people? No, they were monuments to the regime, to show the power of socialism and communism against America. This is what these buildings were made to represent.
Yeah. It's not like the Nazis did that.
They did as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely no swastikas everywhere.
And one thing that, what's it called? Soviet realism, or that style of artwork where it's all about like workers. It's very I would call
Art Deco inspired,
unsophisticated art. But so have all of you seen Super Friends, the American TV show about superheroes from the 60s and 70s?
No, I haven't.
Don't worry about it. The Hall of Justice, though, in that TV show with like Superman and Batman and stuff, is based on an actual building, which is the now the Natural Museum of History in Cincinnati.
Oh yeah, you showed me that before.
Yeah, which used to be a train station. And on the walls, on the ceiling, is what I can only describe as socialist brutalism or socialist realism. All around it, showing off the history of the settlement of Cincinnati in Ohio, but from the time of the Native Americans into modern history. And I always used to look up at that and go, this is really cool art. And it is, I think, in some way inspirational. When you look at some of the things that the communists built, it is inspirational. It's because it's fascinating. It's big stuff.
Can we be brutally honest about it for a second here? Soviet brutalism is basically Art Deco drawn by someone with Down syndrome.
Yeah, but this stuff was not built out of the free will of individual people. This was built out of...
No, it's lifeless, that's why.
No, they were demanded to do it. They had no choice.
Yes, hence
they
why I said it's lifeless.
Essentially slaves in building this stuff. It is impressive. However, when you understand the term brutalism, it becomes more apparent.
Miracles, as when your average capitalist country, think Bangladesh, Ecuador, Kenya, etc., collapses from some form of political order.
Notice how
hang on.
Notice how he specifically chose those three:
Bangladesh, Kenya, and Colombia. Was the last one Colombia? No, it's not Colombia. Which is the last one he said?
Ecuador.
Cocaine.
Whoa! Why do you think those countries collapsed? Is it because of capitalism? Okay, First of all these countries were third world. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, let's see what he will say. I think we all know what his answer is going to be.
Other nebulous explanation. It seems that only liberal quote-unquote democracies are spared from being considered a failure.
Wait, Bangladesh was a liberal democracy?
Yeah, so he doesn't answer the question. Bangladesh,
sense.
Ecuador, or not
Ecuador, yes.
Ecuador, Bangladesh, and Kenya are all liberal democracies. Modern liberal democracies. Really? Really? Could you
Here's
lie
some
any
food for
harder?
thought. The United States is the richest country on earth, and arguably in all of history. Yet, stagnant real wages despite skyrocketing productivity. Most Americans can't afford a $500 emergency.
Oh, you know
People are
why?
drowning in student.
Oh, gee, I wonder why. Maybe because of increasing taxation rates. Why are the taxation rates increasing? To fund stupid fucking socialist programs. To pay for people to get degrees in feminist dance theory.
God
so
bless America.
Tiresome.
Student and other debt. There is no place in the US where minimum wage workers can afford rent, and nearly half of Americans don't earn.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I worked as a minimum wage worker in West Virginia. I could more than happily afford my rent. So you're lying. You're not from America, so you don't know. So shut up. You don't understand. Oh, and what he says when he means when he says that is that there's no place within leftist areas where people can survive on minimum wage, right? Now you would never want to live in a horrifying, terrifying hellhole like a conservative state where you could live on minimum wage. Because by the way, you can in places like West Virginia, in places like I don't know, Tennessee, Kentucky, absolutely can. But he wouldn't want to talk about those states because you wouldn't want to live in them because they're scary and full of conservatives. What an asshole! What a real piece of shit that you can't live on a minimum wage in the United States. Fuck off, man.
Well,
and by the way,
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, love.
I can already imagine how good of a first impression Hakeem left on you, Aiden.
Well, yeah, a bad one. And the reality is that the minimum wage is not there is a federal minimum wage, but there's also state minimum wages in the United States. So there is a federal minimum wage, but states also set their minimum wages. So what the minimum wage is in reality in West Virginia is very different from what it is in California. Yes,
wait, so
you're right.
The state takes precedent over the federal?
Sure does, as it should. So the minimum wage in California is probably, I don't know off the top of my head, but I would imagine the minimum wage in California is probably like $15 an hour, whereas the minimum wage in West Virginia is something like $9 an hour. And that's because the cost of living in West Virginia is a fraction of the cost of what it is in California. You can absolutely live a decent life in an apartment in West Virginia on a minimum wage job. You can't in California, hence the massive homelessness problem. But what's the state that has the issue? West Virginia, which is a conservative state in which you can live, or Tennessee or Kentucky, where you can absolutely live on a minimum wage job.
You see, this is something they I love how they utterly fail to grasp the concept of per capita.
Yes.
Like they literally see,
always.
Big number, that mean good.
Love, the thing is that they always fail to understand per capita, and that's on purpose. They fail to understand that in terms of race and IQ statistics. They fail to understand that in terms of economic statistics. They because it's inconvenient. That's all it is. But yeah, you can live on an $8 an hour salary in West Virginia. Okay, you're not going to be doing great, but you can survive. You can't do that in California on California's minimum wage, which is $15 an hour, nearly twice as much. California, most leftist state in the country. So who is the one causing the problem here? My dude.
Enough to afford even a one-bedroom rental. Inflation is destroying savings and making any likelihood of ever owning something an actual fantasy. Infrastructure is crumbling, widening income inequality, climate catastrophe, American government support for every fascist tyrant and every...
I love how he keeps like flashing all of these articles in our face to make us think that he's onto something.
But he's not.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Dictator. I could go on and on. Rampant poverty.
You know what you could go on and on about? I know this is a 60-minute long video, but you could actually explain these points rather than just putting them on the screen. In fact, all you've done is put things on the screen that you didn't expect anyone to read. We read them. They were not supportive necessarily of your points. That's not good research.
Unemployment, homelessness, serious issues with women's rights, amongst many other things. People prefer to die.
Serious issue with women's rights. Like what? The ability to kill your baby? Fuck off. Is that what it is? It has to be what it is. I'm so tired of that stuff.
Rather than go into medical debt. Stable employment and workers' rights are regularly trampled.
In terms of being able to die rather than going into medical debt, guess which country allows you to do that? Canada. Is that what you want? Is that what he would propose? Because you understand what Canada's doing now. Is it like kill yourself? Kill yourself rather than wait for treatment. You should kill yourself now. But that's Canada's solution to the problem. They can't treat people under their socialized medical system. They don't have enough doctors. They don't have enough time. So instead of seeing a doctor, kill yourself. That's Canada's solution. Is that what you would prefer? Because I think that's kind of heinous.
In pursuit of profits, as we've seen in Ohio recently. School shootings, crumbling education. Is this not failure? To remind you, this is...
Hey, the crumbling of education, by the way. You know that thing that the left did where they shut down all the schools for 2 years? Because of COVID? That caused a 30-point IQ drop in young children? Oh, who did that? Oh, whoops. It was your party. Uh-oh. Sorry. That was you. You caused the 30-point IQ deficit drop.
With no sanctions on the US, no foreign invasion, no internal sabotage, nothing. The American government has every privilege. It is the political, military, and economic hegemon. It regularly dictates the policy of other countries thousands of miles away to its own benefit. It dictates international trade and dominates it through its currency. It can get away with whatever it wants and still manages to not guarantee a respectable and dignified existence for all or even most of its citizens.
I'm sorry, everybody here, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
We have to all agree with the fact. Let's just say, okay, let's make the federal minimum wage in the United States $20 an hour, which is what somebody like this guy wants the case to be.
Inflation would massively increase, and so would the price of everything. Basic econ, you stupid asshole.
Then everything goes up in price.
This is a stupid argument, but by the way, can I just say this? Everyone in the world, by the way, if you can't afford to pay your workers, just increase the minimum wage. Why don't you do that? Oh, right, because the economics would
because the price of all goods will go up. This is
fucking retard.
Look, they literally can't grasp. They literally can't grasp the concept of supply and demand, which is hilarious.
It is hilarious. It's that if you want to raise the minimum wage, you want to raise the amount that you're paying people to flip my burgers poorly. Look, and by the way, go to McDonald's and see how horrible the service is. When I went back to the United States to visit my family for the first time in like 3 years, like 2.5, sorry. I had to like recalculate how long it had been, like 2.5 years. I went back to visit my family in the United States. And I went to McDonald's because I hadn't been there in 2.5 years. They have 3 screens about like what is on their menu up. One of them is just blanked out. And I said, like, I don't even know what the menu is. Like, and they said, what do you mean? And I said, I don't know what the menu is. What can I order? And it's like, oh, wait, we never bothered to fix that blanked out menu screen. Okay, so I would like a Big Mac, I guess, because I know what that is. And it's terrible. It made me sick. But
God bless the Mac Empire.
The reality is that
double cheeseburger still best.
Yeah, I think I probably should just gotten a double cheeseburger. But the reality is that they're not. And why would the people want to do any work? And if you just paid them more money, why should you pay someone who has no skill more money? Doesn't make any sense.
Because they're black.
All you're going to do is just increase the cost because the companies that own all these businesses will just raise the price of their goods.
Because this is something they also just cannot wrap their heads around.
Yeah.
All people are not worth the same. They're simply not. Because if you don't have like the skills, if you don't have the skills, the degree, the knowledge, then why should you expect to be paid as much as a med school graduate who operates on brains?
Because
I operate on melanin.
Things. I deserve things. It really is. It's greed. Look, the average person is driven by greed. Let's be honest about it. And by the way, I've done the research on this, and what I found very curious, but well, not curious. I found interesting but not surprising was that when I looked at the research on this, leftists were overwhelmingly driven by greed and hatred.
And laziness. Because they just can't afford to like actually work their way around things. For a very long time, I actually believed like the argument that it's not. Oh, so many homeless people, like, it's not because they're lazy, it's because they just aren't, capable, and no matter how much hard you work, you will never make it up in life. And now I realize that's completely fucking bullshit.
It's bullshit. Yep, it's bullshit. I worked with homeless people on a very personal level, one-on-one when I was a teenager, and every single person I met in my time doing that was addicted to drugs and said, I don't want to ever work. I just want to do drugs. That's what I want to do in my life. And that's what I have no other ambitions. And leftists will listen to me saying that and say, that's a lie. I don't know. Have you ever talked to a homeless person? Ever? Like one-on-one, actually gone out there and talked to them? Because they'll tell you that to your face. Like, I just don't want to work. I don't want to do drugs. I want to sit here and do my heroin, and I don't want to work. They'll tell it to you to your face. So, and I know that leftists would probably be like, ew, stinky homeless person, ugh, and run away. Well, I have talked to them.
What's also ironic is that I'm pretty sure like the vast majority of like people who identify as socialists and leftists have not donated a single penny to any charity.
Of course not.
Of course not. Pennies are capitalist. They're abusing the workers.
Of course. I actually worked with, when I was a teenager, I talked about this before, I worked with an organization called Food Not Bombs, which is a narco-communist organization, actually. I worked with them, and what they did was they provided vegetarian and vegan meals to the homeless.
What the fuck?
And what I would always get, well, like, I was trying to, in my head, I'm 15, okay? And I'm trying to help these homeless people out from the best way that I know how to do. And because in Baltimore City, where I grew up when I was 15, it is illegal to feed the homeless. It's actually against the law. Not like they're going to prosecute you, but it is technically against the law to feed the homeless. And it's because they have to, teach a man to fish, give a man a fish paradigm.
You also have to put them on the leash or something?
No, but they didn't want people feeding the homeless because they basically said that it would encourage homelessness, which didn't make any sense. But and it was that law that made me become, for a very short period of time in my life, an anarcho-communist, because I was like, well, what if we all get together in this commune? We can all, there'll be no more homeless people. Because I'm 15 and stupid. But you know what I mean. So I tried to talk to those homeless people for years, and I tried to help them out. And we would have pop-ups where we'd pop up and we'd give out food, and the cops would come and break it up. We'd have to scatter, That was kind of fucked up, admittedly. Do you think this guy's ever done anything like that in his life? I really wonder.
What do you think? What do you think, Aiden?
I'm just saying, like, I see all these commies online. It's like, have you ever done anything, actually? Like, have you ever actually gone out and handed out food to a homeless person under an anarcho-capitalist, anarcho-communist organization? Have you ever done that? No, I have. As a monarchist, I have. And I'm telling you, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what you're doing. So, maybe he has. Just high exit out. Strong exit out. Anyhow.
Okay,
Cuba, a sanctioned third world nation targeted by the largest superpower ever known, has a thriving and efficient healthcare system that is the envy of all developing countries. They have...
Wait, I want to go back to that second.
Cuba's healthcare
most
is
of
the
its citizens.
Envy.
Cuba, a sanctioned third world nation targeted by the largest superpower ever known, has a thriving and efficient healthcare system that is the envy.
But I have seen Tankies actually claiming that Cuba's healthcare is so good they can cure cancer. I am not kidding. And they offer.
Well, that's what he's saying. He said Cuba's healthcare system is the envy of all other developed countries. He says
it
right
why
there.
Cuban doctors are fleeing Cuba?
Oh no, there must be some other reason.
envy of all developing countries. They have a stronger track record than the United States when it comes to life expectancy, infant mortality, child malnutrition, literacy, and far more. How is this not success in comparison?
Then, you know what, my dude? Move to Cuba. Would you do that? Oh, you wouldn't. Wonder why. Wonder why you wouldn't move to Cuba if their healthcare system is so much better than the rest of all developed nations. Weird.
Capitalism is a system built on top of the cancer cell logic of infinite growth, despite a finite planet with finite resources.
He fucking used my quote, lazy bastard.
I'm sorry.
You
cancer
bastard.
System of infinite growth based on infinite resources. No. Your system also must be based on the idea of infinite resources, by the way. Infinite resources of labor, in your perspective. It's still infinite resources. Your infinite resource is labor, however. That's the difference. Did you clock that? Okay.
A system that breaks down every few years as a result of inherent boom and bust cycles, of which young people have experienced several once-in-a-lifetime economic catastrophes.
Yeah, could
at least they also have
state hold the money.
Once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to own a home. Now, I don't agree. Obviously, there's failures within capitalism. But what the fuck are you talking about?
System where people's health and the environment are regularly sacrificed on the altar of profit. This is the definition of failure. The capitalist system working as it's supposed to.
Yes, because hold on a second. Because the Soviet system didn't have any fucking health problems.
No,
like,
yes,
are you
there was
fucking
no health
kidding me? That is
system.
the shittiest thing I've ever
cholera.
And also, don't forget, he never even properly defined what he even means by failure.
No cholera, no tuberculosis in the Soviet system for some, of course, reason.
In all this is to ignore these facts and to only consider the richest countries as capitalist, France, US, Britain, etc., while ignoring places like Peru, Bhutan, the Congo, Moldova, or other.
Who the fuck gives a shit about Bhutan?
Who's gonna? You really want to put up the
Congo?
Most people
able to even know
the
where that
Congo as a positive? I can't believe you put the Congo up.
Less palatable yet fully capitalist.
Okay, the Congo as a positive representation of what you're looking for. They cut people's body parts off in the Congo to show off as spoils of war.
Which one? There's a few groups that do that.
Exactly. But the Congo, glorious People's Republic of the Congo. Oh my goodness. Wow.
List examples. To use the Richard Wolff line, if you had a car or a...
He's brought up Dick Wolf.
Who is he? Who is he even?
He is a moron that Destiny fucking killed.
Even, Destiny.
Destiny, who's a leftist. Destiny ripped the shit out of him. It was magnificent.
This guy, who's an academic leftist, he's such a dingus.
He's a communist.
Yeah, who is a
watch Destiny debate
communist.
Him. Destiny fucking destroyed him. It was
what was his name again?
Richard Wolff.
Dick Wolf.
No, Richard Wolff.
Dick Wolf?
Yes, Richard Wolf.
Yeah.
Dick Wolf.
In the United States and in the UK, if someone's name is Richard, the nickname is Dick. But so I like to call him Dick Wolf. But his name is Richard Wolf, and Destiny, who is himself a leftist, made this guy look whose job is professionally to be a leftist philosopher, a communist philosopher, got destroyed by Destiny while he was playing a video game. It was really funny.
Electrical grid system, roommate as unstable as capitalism, you would have left a long time ago. Again, I reiterate my earlier point. The insert ex-socialist country failed statement is a sad and petty non-argument used to end the dialogue before it even begins. Its use shows less of a nuanced understanding of history and more a certain level of ignorance, usually mixed with American exceptionalism or a severe malign scrutiny placed over socialist nations that doesn't cross over to capitalist ones, unsurprisingly. That, honestly, is the crux of the matter. The most minute negative of a socialist country is not only magnified, it's blown out of proportion or outright lied about. And
well, you haven't talked about any of the genocides in a serious manner. Blown out of proportion, because you...
Hakim was one of those people, like, they see the term democratic in like North Korea's name, and then he instantly assumes, oh yeah, they must be literally imagine like the fucking Nazis like meeting state officials, and they're like, hello, yes, we are from the constitutional, democratic, free, independent, federative Republic of Freedoms.
And he would be like, oh, great. And oh, yes, yay, because of your name. The thing that's disgusting is that in this video, he has straight up, unequivocally, I would say not denied, but has massively understated genocides. 2 different genocides. And
of course he has.
That's really fucked up. But all right, okay. But it's all right when you're advocating for your politic, apparently.
Largest, most blatant positives are so heavily and unfairly, and in many cases incorrectly, scrutinized as to diminish their accomplishments and trivialize their struggles. Meanwhile, capitalist countries, usually wealthy Western ones, get a pass. I'll give you an example. The East German secret police, the Stasi, is spoken of in ill terms to this day, hilariously by Americans who live in practically bugged houses, with numerous public and private agencies spying on their every word, move, and of course, purchase.
But you're in favor of that because the government that's doing that is a leftist one, shouldn't you be? It's Biden's government when you made this video, so why are you not in favor of that? Weird.
Every detail is intimately known.
He assumes that like every conservative or such is actually fine with this. That's the issue. He assumes that people are actually fine with this, and there hasn't been like a massive protest and movement by conservatives and Republicans, not have the government as much interfere in their personal life.
Yes, but the problem is that when people on the right fight back against this, he would call them Nazis. But I would assume so.
They'll condemn the East Germans while not batting an eye at their own peculiar situation.
With not batting an eye, no one in the US bats an eye at this surveillance state. You're out of your mind. You're literally out of your fucking mind, my dude. No one bats an eye at it. Jesus.
Of course, that's not to absolve the Stasi, but to give you food for thought. You were told that...
What food for thought?
I know the Gestapo murdered a lot of Jews, but, I'm just giving you some food for thought.
Some food for thought is that, oh, well, people hate being spied upon, but I won't tell you about that. I'll tell you about how my people on my side, the leftist side, don't complain about the incredible amounts of censorship and observation being done by the US government, because it serves their particular political outcomes. Is he so outside of reality that because he doesn't see anyone complaining about it, because the left doesn't complain about it because they like it, that he thinks no one in the world is upset about censorship and spying? Is that it? Maybe. Because he only sees the world from a leftist perspective, and none of his leftist friends complain about censorship and spying because they think it helps their own worldview. I guess that would be my hypothesis.
What if... Okay, this is a genuine idea of mine. What if we one day actually get Hakeem on the podcast and actually have a debate with him?
I'll send him an email.
Okay, and I know Wolfgang will we're gonna need to put Wolfgang on a leash to not tear him to shreds.
Well, okay, guys. I'll send him an email if he's got his email or whatever listed on his YouTube channel.
Okay, let me check. Hakeem, I mean, if he gets sponsorships, he should have. Okay, yes, he has an email for business inquiries. Okay,
yeah, it's a business inquiry.
Okay, I'll send it in the group chat. There it is. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
I'll send him an email.
But honestly, I don't have high expectations that he will respond.
He won't respond. But no, he'll run away like a little bitch.
Apparently, you can't say you didn't try.
Apparently, he did debate Vosh.
What he debate Vosh? Vosh and him agree on everything. What do you have to debate Vosh on? Like how extreme you want to go with this shit? I guess. Anyway, this finishes up.
East Germany was the height of totalitarianism for this, but you living in a hellscape far more grotesque, and they tell you not to worry, as if you ever worried at all. If you're interested in East Germany,
no one has ever built a wall of fuck around me, for fuck's sake.
Take a look at the book Stasi State or Socialist Paradise for a deeper dive. Regardless, it's a reproducible pattern. Some will condemn Soviet utilitarian housing blocks meant for temporary post-war housing, while living in incredibly small apartments themselves, where 2/3 of their paychecks go towards rent and homelessness is rampant. If you
In what kind of cities, my dude?
New York. And the thing is, you can also say you are not being forced to live in the New York apartment. You can, if you want, you can live somewhere else.
Leave. Yeah. And in what cities, in what places in the United States are tiny little apartments like that so expensive? Oh, leftist cities. That's where. Not in what you would call flyover country, states that you would laugh at for their backwardness. Weird.
Recoil when hearing socialism or communism. Ask yourself why. Maybe those that continuously villainize socialist examples and ideas have a vested interest in keeping the population ignorant of the facts. But
what facts? You've stated no facts in this entire video. Not a single fact has been stated. It's all speculative.
Those who own everything, those with all the money, they would never lie, right? And that's about it for today.
So basically, socialists with money will never lie either.
Socialists good. We'd never lie. We'd never do anything bad to you. Anywho, so I think with that, we should probably head out for the evening.
Yep. I think I had a good time. I had fun. I believe this part was much better than the first one.
I think we've done much better this time. Yeah, let me get the last couple of super chats. Nalthina for 2 says, thank you, Nalthina. Keza for £5 says, Aiden, all republics are nations with no monarchies. That's true. That is what all republics are fundamentally, regardless of the USA, France, Russia, Germany, etc. Yeah, sure. Solon the Lich for 20 ARS says, can't get cholera if you get rad poisoning first. Very true as well. Anywho, I'm off to email our friend Hakeem here to see if he would be willing to debate the panel of monarchists. I'm going to tell you, lads, probably don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna have to organize this better. Like I don't believe he is going to actually respond, but we should still, I still think a 1v4 is a bit unfair.
It is unfair.
I believe we should. Okay. Here's my plan. Here's how I would say we pick like the 2 best debaters among the 4 of us. Like,
I can moderate
on a specific topic because I know Wolfgang is gonna be ready to shred him on history, and I know Aiden is gonna shred him on statistics and such. So we could maybe organize the debate in like 2 parts. One which is more about those things, statistics and such, and the other one more on history.
Yeah, that's probably a good way of doing it. I have extreme autism, so I have no problem being a moderator.
And that's my job.
Actually, Spoon, you're probably the best at moderating, don't you think?
Yes, I can be impartial and tell people to shut the hell up with a sense of authority.
So, well,
you have the accent for that.
I do indeed, yes.
So I'll shoot Hakeem an email
I
about this.
demand all of you people behave in a civil way, or else I get fucking Rex up in here.
Anywho, I'll shoot Hakeem an email about it, and anywho, I think this was fun. We'll do it again in a month. Either way, whether or not we have Hakeem on, that would be fun to actually get him to respond. But whether or not we do, we'll meet again here in a month to have another episode of the Tankie Tier Squad. Thank you guys. Thank you, Lav, and thank you, Wolfgang, for joining us to have a little bit of a fun monarchy panel to laugh at silly commies.
Well, it has been fun, so I will see you guys in the next month. I'm really interested to see whether we will actually get Hakeem on. If we do, it will be marvelous, glorious.
Mm-hmm. All right. Is there anything that Lav, Wolfgang, is there anything that you guys want to promote before we head out?
Not really. I mean, the only thing I can really say is, the people who are watching, like, you could check out my channel sometimes, watch some of these videos. I'd say I put at least mid to high quality content out. But other than that, there is really not much that I already did all the things. I already said the things I had to in the first part.
Okay, cool. Wolfgang?
I guess same.
All right. Okay, cool. We'll see you guys next week on Tuesday for Rolling in the Aisles, and then, of course, on Wednesday for the normal politics stream, and then we'll see what we can do about trying to get on Hakeem. Also, my video will be coming out maybe the next week. I don't know. Depends on how much work I can get done. It's a lot of work on the video. Anywho, it's a big video coming out for me.